Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and thank you for hanging with the Poor Typist. All right, let's get this show on the road here. Feel free to join us for free at typepals.com. Yes, typepals.com. Oh, yeah. Yes, so today I have my 70s era Unis TBM Deluxe, which is basically an Olympia Traveler Deluxe. But once they had switched over to the manufacturing in Yugoslavia, this is what they switched to, the Unis TBM Deluxe. Just from the 1970s, I don't have a specific date. In fact, this morning I was looking for the serial number, and I couldn't find it for the life of me. And this ribbon cover is extremely difficult to get off. I did manage to get it off, only with minor injuries, but I didn't see it under there, so I don't know where it is. Yeah, but anyway, and if memory serves, there's not too many of these in the typewriter database, the Unis TBM Deluxe. I could be wrong. Carlos is making his coffee, and he's gonna send some down to me. Excellent. And Roger, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good.
No typewriter news this month, but I went to a pen show, the Pelican Pen Hub, yesterday. No, 2 days ago.
So I was watching a YouTube video, and they mentioned the Pelican Hub. What is that?
Well, it's a gathering for fountain pen lovers. More specific, the Pelican kind, but every brand is welcome. But they get sponsored by Pelican, so you get a notebook from Pelican, catalog from Pelican, and then the rest is up to the Pen Hub master. But actually, just every city of every person can join a Pen Hub closest to him, or if he wants one in his city, they apply for Pen Hub master, and then they can organize one themselves. So and there were about 20 people Friday evening. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And have you been to a lot of these?
This was my second one.
Oh, okay.
First one was in 2019, but after that the pandemic started.
Oh, yeah.
So
okay.
So Roger, talking about fountain pens, I'm going to try something this winter to see if I can improve what I do with with my fountain pens.
Yeah.
See if I can.
Yeah. 14s, you got one 14s.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to work for you.
Well, the thing is my reading skills aren't that terrific, so that's a language I can understand.
Yeah.
There you go.
I got a book like that too. I used it 2 times, and actually I got 2 books, but the other one's still in Chicago.
And so, yeah, I see.
But my handwriting is terrible. That's why I use typewriters too.
Yeah. So carry on. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
I think that was about it.
Yeah, this is just hanging with a poor typist, so it's just no rhyme or reason to it. Just if anybody feels free to chime in, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
he's not OCD.
Yeah.
Not OCD today.
Exactly. Yes. And how are you, William?
Doing very well.
Excellent.
Just not very happy that winter has arrived, but however, it's Winter arrived about 2 weeks ago with a foot of snow dumped on the ground. And then I came back from New York to snow, and everybody panicking about snow blowers not working and portable generators don't work, and oh boy, just keeps a person busy.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like fall just started and people are already talking about winter.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it just depends where you are. You know, some people get winter early, so
yeah. It sounds like in upstate New York or that area, they've been walloped with some real lake effect snow.
yeah.
Like 5 feet of it or whatever.
Wow.
I think there's also was a long summer, so the fall was kind of short.
Yeah, it was a hot summer up here too. It's not often we hit plus 30 degrees Celsius, which is 86 Fahrenheit. But this summer we hit that regularly and often hotter.
I wonder if anywhere in the world had a mild summer this year.
England did.
Oh, they did.
It never got really warm there.
Oh, wow. I'm moving right now.
It's raining there now and has rained for the last 2 weeks and will be raining. Well, if you like rain that much, try moving to Vancouver, Canada, Vancouver Island.
Oh, yeah.
It rains there lots.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there were times in England we did not see the sun for over 2 months in a stretch.
Oh my goodness.
Just cloud and rain.
Wow. That's crazy.
However.
Yeah. All right. What I know I'm very excited to hear from Susan about her type-in.
Oh, it was great. We had a great time. And there's a lot of great typewriters. We had a lot of people show up. There even was a Blick number 8 with the fractured typeface that worked.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was awesome. The people were great. I took a lot of pictures. I posted them on typehouse.com.
I appreciate that.
Already. So if anyone wants to see the pictures, you can go to the pictures. There's a lot of European typewriters. And because one of the people there, his name is Christian, he had lived in Europe and so had collected quite a few European typewriters. So there were some beautiful machines. And we had a typewriter beauty contest. And I think someone who is a new member here, I think Tammy Sutcliffe, she won for the post 1950s most beautiful typewriter. She brought one that had a hand painted cover. It was gorgeous, yellow background and hand painted with flowers. And then the pre 1950 category was won by an Erica Bijou. And it is a gorgeous machine. And a Triumph typewriter came in second place. And I took my IBM Selectric, my Rosie, and everyone loved her. And that was fun. And I also took Betty, the SG1. She was one of the only more modern standards there, and people love typing on her, and the paper injector. You know, everybody loves paper injectors. And
oh yeah.
and things like that. One of the collectors brought a typewriter that now, if I ever find one, I will definitely buy it. It's a Remington Mark II, which is an incognito torpedo, 18B. It's got a really strong plastic body, but it really types in very nicely. And he got it a lot cheaper than a torpedo 18B, which are super expensive right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Oh, we had the people who were doing the calligraphy, and that was really fun. And so a lot of people typed a letter to someone and then got the envelope addressed by them.
Mhm.
So that was fun. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And, you know, because it's so close to the holidays, everyone was having a great time. A lot of people bought typewriters. A lot of people sold typewriters. A lot of people, you know, I bought some IBM Selectric type elements. So that was nice. And I got some for Kate. So Kate, if you end up listening to this on Zoom, I'm be sending you some type elements. And yeah, it was fun. It was great. We were tired by the time we got home last night, but it was a lot of fun. It was really a lot of fun. People came from San Antonio and Houston and Austin and then Oklahoma. So we had people from all over. It was really nice. It's a nice big room, so we had plenty of space. I brought a few extra tables and things so that we had enough room, but we had plenty of room for setting things up. I was worried at first that people were bringing too many typewriters, so I didn't take as many of mine as I usually did. I was the only one that brought any Hermes typewriters, so you know I brought 3 Hermes typewriters, one of each 3000 body style.
Oh, cool.
First generation, second generation, and my ugly duckling. I brought them all so that people could compare how the type feel and see that it really the body doesn't have a whole lot to do with the type feel. So, you know, if you don't want to pay up for the curvy model, you can't find one inexpensively. You can go with one of the other 2 body styles and maybe save yourself a little money, but still have the great typing experience. So that was good. Oh, there was also one. Christian also brought an adding machine. It's a faucet adding machine. There's a picture of that in the pictures too. I took a picture of that, which is really cool. Nobody had ever seen one of those before. So that was really cool. And there were people who are, you know, like to repair things, and they were helping other people with, you know, a little bit of taking a look at their machines that maybe had some issues and seeing if they could tweak it a little bit right there. So some people have brought some tools, and that was kind of cool. So it was a lot going on.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. So we'll probably have another one in the spring, but yeah, it was really great.
Nice.
Very successful, I would say.
Yes. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, and I understand that you know, Neil is having one coming up on the 3rd of December in
yes.
Key West. And I know that Kate is going to be having one in January in Colorado Springs.
Wow.
So, you know, it's going to be a lot of typings coming up. Be a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's definitely good to hear that. And even before the pandemic, I think maybe we're ramping up to having more type-ins than there have ever been. So that's a very good thing.
Yeah, and you know, it was what always is encouraging to me is there are so many, a wide variety of people from all ages. We had you know, someone that was 17 that was collecting typewriters, you know, on up. And so, you know, it was nice to see such a wide variety of people from a wide variety of walks of life. A few people were participating in this month's writing challenge, the NaNoWriMo, I guess, I don't know how you pronounce it. That
NaNoWriMo.
Yeah, the book thing.
Yes.
And so they're taking a break from writing to come and show off their typewriters, which was fun. And Yeah, it was fun.
Excellent, excellent. Very good. Now, are there? I know it's funny to talk about the plans for the next one already, but are there things that you're already thinking about adding or changing for the next one?
I haven't really thought about that yet. But as I am getting more feedback from people, then I can make changes. We do like that particular library, that particular room a lot because there's a lot of natural light. And it is, like I said, a big space. And I did have food that was very popular. So we had party trays and crackers. So, it was like a charcuterie tray.
Oh,
and
yeah.
A big one that would feed up to, I think, 40 people. And then we had cookies and, things like that. I like that space because it does have a kitchen attached to it. So even though you can't cook, it has a refrigerator, and you can definitely have food. And we liked the amount of time because it allows people that are traveling to not have to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning or something and travel for just a short type in, because it was from 10:30 until 3:30. I actually reserved the space from 10 to 4.
Oh, yeah.
And I had a couple of people volunteer to help us set up, which was nice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was, that was all good. The selling part was pretty easy. Everyone made tags for their typewriters, or they made a little letter that they put on their table showing what they were asking for the typewriters and telling a little bit about the typewriters, which was cool. And like I said, I brought some folding tables from home that I already had 6-foot long tables. We have 13 tables provided by the library and tons of chairs. We had plenty of chairs. Chairs were not an issue. And then they also have some ottomans, big leather ottomans that kind of were around the perimeter of a few walls. So you could use that, not for necessarily putting a typewriter, but people could put their jackets or,
Oh, yeah.
or whatever. But yeah, having it for a longer period of time, if you had to drive 3 hours, you could still get there by 12 and you still had a good 3.5 hours of typing,
Yeah.
So that's good. I like that. We didn't have as many non-typewriter people show up this time, so I really want to figure out a better way. I may actually create an Instagram for the next one, because there's a lot of people that look for free things to do on the weekends on Instagram, I understand. And so that way we could get some more walkthrough traffic. We did have some, and we did have some kids come with their parents, and that was great. But I would still like to have more introducing to new people the wonderful world of typewriters.
Yeah. Do you know what kind of promotion the library itself did?
Well, they have a website and they have a calendar that they send out in on the City of Plano's they send out on their email list.
Okay.
But you have to sign up for that, so it doesn't automatically come to you.
Yeah, exactly.
And also I did have to take into consideration that, first of all, yesterday was super cold here in Dallas. We thought we were going to have snow.
Oh, wow.
Friday night, just a dusting of snow, but just that in and of itself is frightening to people. And today is we actually had freezing temperatures all over North Texas. It's going to go away, but we did have freezing temperatures.
Wow.
And also there was a lot of people who were already on the road for Thanksgiving to go visit family and stuff like that, because it was the Saturday before Thanksgiving. So, the holiday can definitely impact how many people show up.
Yeah, definitely.
And we didn't really have a choice because in Texas, we use the public libraries as polling places.
Oh, yeah.
And we have early voting. So for really from the like the second week of October all the way until this weekend, that space was not available.
Oh.
And none of the libraries had any spaces available. So, you know, like next year, there's no election. So next year, if you did want it this time of the year, you could have it earlier in the month. And
yeah,
maybe get a bigger response.
exactly.
So, yeah. So, you know, that's something that I wish I had had more walkthrough traffic, but the library was kind of quiet and the library staff was great. I mean, we didn't have any issues. We left the doors open so people could hear the machines going on and people talking, and they would poke their head in and see what's going on. We'd say, come on in, check out the typewriters. So, yeah. But it was awesome.
Excellent.
It did not disappoint me.
Good. Even at my library where I work, I noticed this week our programs had a much lower attendance than usual. So it may just be that time of year.
Yeah, like I said, I think for a lot of people, especially because they've been hyping a lot about traveling later to get to your Thanksgiving destination, it was going to be a problem the closer you get to Thanksgiving. So I think a lot of people already were doing things for their, you know, for the holidays or getting together with their family for the holidays.
Yeah, definitely.
I know some people that usually would have come, didn't come specifically because they were traveling for the holidays.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. But
awesome.
Yeah. I'm glad it went well. Very good. And thanks again for sharing those pictures. That was great.
Oh yeah. William always makes me think that not everybody looks at the antique typewriter collectors on Facebook. So
exactly. Yeah.
I should share to our own group.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you.
It's always good to see everyone.
Yeah. I see Carlos has his hand raised.
Carlos.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I have two comments. One is I made this little like field note thing.
Nice.
So I remember, I think I heard that Gregory, you're into like book binding and such, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I just got some cardstock, and this actually is something my daughter drew on the iPad, so it's kind of
cool
that way. Yeah. It's just scribbles.
Yeah, but it's modern art.
Artsy scribbles, yeah.
Yeah. And I guess my other comment was with regards to, because I know some people have issues with their audio sometimes, and I don't know if people know that they can dial in. Like right now, that's what I did because my internet was a little slow, and that makes it so that you're just using the phone line and it sounds clear.
Okay.
Usually it's a little easier on mobile because you just when you first log in, it says Wi-Fi or dial in. You just hit the dial in one and it dials everything for you. You don't have to do anything. So it's kind of
cool. That's good to know. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
And how was your coffee this morning?
Good. All done.
Oh, wow. You didn't waste any time.
No.
Very cool. And how are things on the typewriter front for you?
Still the same. Mostly sticking with the fountain pens for now.
Yeah. Excellent. So are you going to start selling those little notebooks?
No, these are just for me.
Yeah. It looks good though. Yeah.
Yeah, it came out nice. Just had to trim the edges and
Yeah.
cut the corners so that they don't get mashed into my pocket and such. But yeah. Now I can figure out how to make this so I can use this with a typewriter somehow.
Oh yeah.
I guess I could perforate edges. I don't know.
Yeah. Now, do you have a special device for rounding the corners, or did you just kind of do it by hand?
No, yeah, I got a little cutter that you buy at Target or whatever.
Okay.
It only goes through a few pages at a time, so it's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, it works, I guess.
Yeah. I've looked at the quote unquote professional ones. They have some on Amazon. They go for like the 100 to 170 range.
Yeah.
But
They have
the reviews on them seem to be mixed though.
Do they have any shop goodwill, like some used ones?
You know, I haven't even looked on there, but that's a good idea. Yeah.
Because I also looked for like cutters, like professional, like one where you can like cut more than 10 pages and such. And
oh yeah,
that would be nice as well.
Yeah. I do have a good paper cutter. I assume it'd probably go through like maybe half a ream or 200 sheets maybe.
Oh wow.
It has the weight that comes down on the paper and holds it in place. And
did you get that like on Amazon or something, or did you buy that?
Yes, that was on Amazon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Specifically for my bookbinding, and I mean I haven't done a lot of bookbinding, but it's nice to have these tools available though. So
yeah, I mean even like simple stuff like the other day I was printing out pictures and having a nice the other one makes it nice to cut straight lines.
Yeah.
Otherwise you have to mess with an X-Acto knife.
Exactly. You don't want to do that. Very cool. Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. I've been eyeing Brenda's typewriter. See if we can zoom in on it.
Okay, so I bought this
I love
Triumph.
Triumphs.
But it says Gabrielle on the back plate, which I don't understand if maybe this doesn't go with it because of the and I had to, and it didn't have this thing on. I had to paint that on myself.
That's pretty
it was
good
missing. Yeah, it's pretty good. I paid $30 for it, which I thought was really good. And
Wow.
I broke it. I broke the thing.
Oh no.
Not meaning to, because I'm super powerful. See this right here, how it's it's missing the other half. Yeah, I was trying to like this. It was like catching when it would come up and then it wouldn't go down. So I thought, well, it must be, I need to form that. Well, I went a little bit overboard and I broke it. So I've got some E6000 and a tin, like an aluminum can. And I've already got, I think it's in the other room. I already have the one piece glued on to the other part I broke off. So I'm going to try to get it in there and try to glue it. And I don't know how I'm going to get in there because I can't get in there, and I'm not taking it apart. So I think if I put a piece of like, how you can get that clear acetate or whatever. So I'm going to cut a piece of clear acetate and stick it through where the ribbon would go. So at least I can get them level there, and then put the glue on it and get it back in there. Maybe try to use paper clips to get it, kind of pressed together and then just let it sit. So hopefully I can get it to work again. Cause I like the it's a nice typewriter. It's a little bit beat up, but I don't care about that. But yeah, so I was so just made myself sick when I broke it. I just couldn't believe it. I just wanted to dial back the time to
Oh.
where I could not do that final,
Push.
whatever I did. It's like, oh my God, it was terrible. So, but I thought, well, I'll get it fixed sooner or later. So I just haven't gotten I'm just not in that mode where I feel like I can get in there yet. So, but it's ready.
Yeah.
But it had the case. It had the case. Had a really nice case, which I'm sure you guys have already seen it. One of these metal
Nice
cases. So, yeah.
Brenda, what year is your machine?
I think it's I just looked that up today. I think it's a 60. A 60. I think it's a 58. If I went by the database, so if I did it correctly.
Yeah, 6061 they changed to the first generation of plastic body styles on the Triumph. So that's the last of the metals. But yeah, Brenda, I'm sorry, I feel very, very bad for you. I know how you feel.
Oh, it was it was terrible. I still can't believe I did that.
Ugh.
But
Well,
I think it'll be fine,
once you get to it.
Yeah, when I get, I'm about almost there, but I got to work on my dollhouse, so it'll have to wait. But and then also the little spring to the bell was off, and I got in there with the stick and the one like dental pick thing, and I got that in. I'm like, yes, I did. This is awesome. And then the next thing you know, I pulled on that thing and broke it. And I thought, oh, why didn't I just stop? What is wrong with me? So, oh well, I guess it was meant to happen.
Brenda, to answer your question about de jure, it's de jure is a uniquely North American thing. As far as anybody knows, it was a company that specifically contracted with Triumph to bring their typewriters into the North American market. So a de jure Triumph is a North American specific, and they kept ordering that same body style even past when Triumph and Adler moved to the plastic body style. So the de jure Triumphs are super cool and super North American unique.
Well, when I saw it at the antique mall, that's right, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I was like, I don't need another typewriter. Don't do it. Just leave. And then I went home, and a couple days later, I'm like, yeah, I'm going back to get that typewriter. Sorry, John.
Always pick up a Triumph when you see one. I mean, unless it's really plastic and 70s and beat up, always get a Triumph. They're great typewriters.
Yeah, so that's why I thought I better go back and get it. So, and then I break it. So,
God, I feel for you.
Brenda.
It'll be fine. Yes, sir.
And what I suggest is go on to Typewriter Talk. And then post in the repair or parts wanted subforum.
Well, somebody on the I think it was the Facebook maintenance group had put one of their typewriters up that they needed, one of those for whatever. And this dude had this whole pile of just like thrown on the table. And I did say in there, I need one for this. And he said he was going to look, and I haven't heard any back, but I'll get it fixed.
Okay.
And then I noticed that I believe what the problem is. Oh, I know it's the problem. When that ribbon vibrator goes up, how it's on a pivot underneath there. Well, the screw on the one side's gone. And I think that's why it's not coming down. It's staying up, but it's not coming down. So I tried putting like a paper, like double paper clip in there just to get it to see if that was the problem. Well, I need to get something better than that, because that's what's getting it all, I think, jangled up in there or whatever. So that's another thing.
I have a Triumph Gabriella E, which is very similar to that, and I have yet to. Well, it was made in '61, so it's the same age as I am. So it's one of the ones I really should get cleaned and serviced and start using.
Well, that is still a beautiful typewriter, Brenda.
Yes, it is. I'm gonna make him right again, and it'll be fine. And if not,
Yeah.
if I have to do it, I don't know. It'll be fine though. But yeah.
Yeah, I love the design of that, especially the kind of swoop on the front of the ribbon cover.
Yeah.
How it swoops down. That's
Yep.
man.
Oh, I like the I
That's
like
neat.
the side where right here where this is at, where how this goes up here. It's really cool.
And
Yeah.
Gregory, those Triumphs also have pebbled keys, like the key tops are a little bit lightly pebbled. So
Ooh.
it massages and exfoliates your fingers while you type, which is the only typewriter that did that. And
Yeah, they do. I didn't notice that till you said that. Huh. Cool.
That's funny. Excellent.
Yeah, they're pebbled a little bit like a curling rink.
Oh. And Sean, what typewriter do you have there?
Got the Anconi Blue 56 Royal Quiet Deluxe in Canterbury Pica. So I was typing a friend on the charcoal one, which was Canterbury Elite. And I finished my page last night, and I said, hey, I'm going to stop here. You won't know any difference by the magic of letter writing. You'll just keep on reading, but it'll be the next day in this letter. So I thought I'd swap it out. So I swapped it out, and it turns out this is a Canterbury Pica. So the typeface completely gets bigger and same look. And so I said, welcome to November 20th, and kept on going with the letters. So yeah, trying to add a little bit of, what do you call that, metaverse, universe craziness, because when you read a letter, it just continues. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, it makes it more interesting when you have, when you do that, because then you can kind of use all of them and they can see all the different typefaces you have.
Yeah, exactly. And I used to go absolutely crazy sending people letters. I would go 3 pages and type 4 different typewriters. And now maybe I'm getting lazy. I'm just going to like 2, maybe 3, depending on what somebody's asked in a letter, just to show them a different typeface. But yeah, it is a lot of fun to see. You definitely, when you get used to Elite and all of the words you can fit on a page, and then you swap halfway through to a Pica typewriter, and then you're like, oh my God, I'm going to be out of paper like in 2 more sentences. So, yeah.
Excellent. I love that color.
Well, wouldn't it be more interesting to start with the bigger one and then do the smaller one to the end of the letter?
Roger, that's absolutely totally logical and common sense. I just don't approach typewriters with logic and common sense. I just go with it.
Well, I have some logic for you here.
Oh.
So when the person starts reading your letter, it's easier for them to read it, and so they can deal with the smaller type. But as they get through the letter, their eyes are getting tired, and so they need bigger type to look at.
I think that's a great way to rationalize it, and that's how I'll write my next letter to Bill Guthrie, because we all know Bill is not a big fan of small typefaces.
Yeah.
Start off small and then work bigger and bigger and bigger until you end off with like a 8 CPI or 6 CPI.
Yeah,
you should be super happy.
Well, if you do it the other way around, you can blame it on the guy's eyesight.
I've tried that. People don't write me back after.
Oh,
just joking. I haven't done that. Yeah. I did want to say, because I meant to do this, I didn't get a lot of chance to talk last week, but welcome to Corbinian. I'm glad you're back again this week, but welcome. Should have said that last week. And then for Colby, who, if he's still here, he's away from his. I've got this thing in my head now, and this is the problem, Gregory, I think you've got too. Somebody shows you something and you see something, and then all of a sudden you get possessed by it and need to go find it. Like in your case, mail scales.
Yeah.
My obsession right now is a glass mailbox. Thanks, Colby. So every freaking place I've been going, I've been asking, and you get a lot of weird looks. Like people who deal at antique malls, they've seen a lot of weird things. So generally, you'll say a lot of weird stuff to them. I'm looking for this, and it won't be a big deal. But I went in and I said, "Oh, hey, I'm looking for. Do you have any glass mailbox?" And the look I got from the ladies behind the counter was like, "You got to be serious." Yeah, see, that's been my obsession there. What Colby's got, yeah.
Cool.
So anyway,
yeah. And Sean, by the way, I loved your stamps on Instagram.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Where the hell did I put those things? I got date stamps which I think I've misplaced now already.
Already.
No, I put them somewhere. I
Safe.
got
So we're safe.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. They're totally safe now that I don't know where the hell they are. Anyway, I got some date stamps. So the rotating. Who was it that showed? Was it Brian last week that showed the rotating hand stamp that you can change to November 22, the year with receipt?
Yeah, I think so.
date? Yeah. So he basically, it's funny how the universe works. I think we're all sharing certain wavelengths, but I've been looking for older ones from 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and they only generally come in 5-year chunks. But I did happen, after Brian showed that, I happened to find one on Monday last week from 1945 to 1950. But the only problem with old stamps like that is that rubber gets very old over the years. And so turning those little dials to move the rubber across the top puts a lot of stress and strain on it. So anyway, I've been doing it very carefully when I change it, but I don't think it'll last long if I keep doing that. So it might be like November 19th, 1948 forever.
No problem with that.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a good year, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and then and the other thing, because
the punch.
Yeah, so you saw the punch. So I figured out what the problem was. It wasn't punching all the way through. It's a Samson, and it says keep oiled at the top. But it wasn't punching all the way through, and you'll see my crappy little fix for now until I figure out something better. When you push it down, the metal bar leverages on the plate, and it's gouged 2 holes over there. So this was obviously used a lot. And so the little punchers don't go high enough to punch all the way through the paper. So once I finally saw that and I put the thick curled paper, now it's going all the way through and punching like a champ. So I think I have to Dremel out these little pivot things and then somehow rebuild up the metal on here so that I can raise the height, and then I can put in some nice polished screws and then put it back together and then have it working, because the paper is not really, you don't want to punch holes like that.
Yeah.
You got to do it with style.
Yeah.
I think the puncher already style.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Like it's it's got to be 1910s. I'm pretty sure. There's only a couple others that I've seen online, and they're like, on some of those weird websites where if you click them too much, you get sent to all these other websites. But yeah, I think it's 1910s, and yeah, if you're gonna punch paper, might as well do it old school. But now this is the rabbit hole, right? Because what's the next rabbit hole with a hole punch? Anybody?
Paper.
Got that already? You
Staplers.
told me stupid and crazy. What would you put your paper on once you've hole punched it?
Binders.
Those wooden clipboards with the really fancy clipboard holders, like the arch rings, the ones.
Yeah.
And you put the 2-hole punch on, and then you close the rings over. So you get those 1/4-inch thick, beautiful wood clipboards from 1890s all the way up to the 1950s with beautiful plates on them that have the name of the maker, and then these turnout rings. Well, I'm like, if I got a 2-hole punch, I need one of those wooden clipboards. And then those are obviously more collectible because the prices on those are a little higher than I thought they'd be. So stupid rabbit holes. Anyway. And staplers, Brian, I'll blame Brian and others. I mean, I've got a couple staplers, but I just bought like 7 staplers here in the last 4 days.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Yeah. But you'll see why, because they are Art Deco, super awesome, good looking, sexy. Office supplies.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This isn't a good group for me.
Yes, I apologize, Sean. Good luck on finding a mailbox.
And that's the thing. Even one lady, when she finally got over her shock, Colby, she says, I don't think a lot of those would have survived. And I went, I know. And that's why this is a problem for me, because, they've fallen, they've dropped, they've just hit the wrong angle, and they've been broken over the years. I mean, who'd put a glass mailbox anywhere these days? So yes, it'll be quite a challenge, but I'm up for it. I love the hunt.
Yeah, yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
You're
good luck.
always gonna have the only one in 20 years still. But
Yeah. Oh man.
sorry, Roger.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry. I thought you said something.
good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Very cool. Good to see you, Sean.
You guys as well. Always love Sundays. I actually showed up last night to type whatever it's called.
Type and talk.
Type and talk, which is usually William's domain. He sort of does everything. And Bill got on and Bill goes, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, you don't want me here?" And he goes, "Oh no, don't take it the wrong way." He goes, "You just never show up to this." I thought, well, I thought I would try it out, get my typewriter fill.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Let's see. Colby, how are you?
I'm next. Wow, we've got a bunch of people here. I love it. I hope my connection works pretty well. I had some internet issues last time. Things are going well. I increased my collection from 7 to 8 yesterday. I only have my whole intention of collecting, and maybe everyone starts this way, I don't know, it's just to find a nice typer, right? I think I found the typer I'll be using. I'm using right now the Royal HH. This is my main typer for now. Been typing on it every day this month. But I do have, a very short list of typewriters I would love to own if I ever find one in the wild. And I found one in the wild yesterday. And if I do have a good connection today, I can share my screen. What do you think?
Yeah, it's great.
Looking pretty good, Gregory.
Colby.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Go for it.
Give me 1 second here. I got a video lined up because I was worried about my internet.
Yeah.
That'd be easier way to share too.
I hope it's one of those really professional executive type videos. Hi, I'm Colby Kirk, and you may know me from having 7 typewriters. Well, now I've got 8.
Oh, now I got it. Maybe I should come back next week with that.
There you go.
Walking through some office, talking to the camera.
All right, so let's see if I can do this. Is it playing now? You guys see this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Corona 3.
Yeah, I was really excited to find this Corona estate sale. 1919.
Looks like it's in great shape too.
Yeah, I've seen a couple, only actually 1 or 2, but I was really happy that it's mostly complete. It's just missing the backspace button top and one of the feet, which I've already reordered. But I was really impressed by like the sticker and the fact that it still has the manual for it 100 years later. But I love these little folding guys. It's fun to use. I'm tempted to replace the platen on it just to use it more, but this is the only one I have that's more of a museum piece than anything.
Yeah.
But I love it. Six pounds. It's
they are
beautiful
really nice.
Old enough to be an antique, but still modern and normal enough to use, which is what makes those so awesome.
One thing that I broke off, unfortunately, is the little piece that goes underneath of the space bar right here. I have it, and it has a little metal doodad that sticks down under here, but I haven't found a way of replacing it. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know. But yeah, I think that it may have had some work because the springs look really good for being 100 years old.
And the draw code is obviously not original. The draw code has been replaced.
Yes, it does look like that. I bought some nice fishing wire to reproduce it. How do I stop this? Hold on, give me a second. Struggling here.
You're right at the top of the screen, you should say end share screen.
Yeah, you think so. Maybe, oh, sorry, I've got multiple screens in the background here. End share.
Well, we know who's been listening to vintage winter music and vintage Christmas music a lot.
Maybe you can help me cancel this. I'm struggling technically here.
Let's see here.
remove share. There we go. Oops, does that work?
No.
Let's share it again.
Hover at the top of the screen, and you should see the screen that you're sharing, like the bar to say end sharing.
Yeah, it says new share, resume share. Weird. Well, I'm sorry for taking over the screen here. Stop share. There it is. And,
There you go.
There we go.
sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Got 3 screens and 2 of them are too far away.
Oh.
But other than that, no, I got my first letter last week or so. I'm really excited to respond back to that. I'm working on a draft right now. I feel your pain, Sean. I'm like, oh great, I'm gonna use all my typewriters on this. And I'm like, oh, this is just too much. And like some of them are in the garage.
Well, you've only got 8, right? So you could theoretically get through all 8 of them.
You're absolutely right. Well, 7 working ones, but yes, I could.
Yeah. Wait,
maybe I will.
To answer your
nice,
question,
wouldn't it?
It would, absolutely. And to answer your question earlier, yes, everybody goes on that journey of, okay, I want to keep trying typewriters to find that typewriter, that perfect typewriter, that good feel. And my research has revealed that it's about 20 before you get to that.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I feel lucky because I've only got 8. And I actually, if I think about it, there's a few, as I've explained to my wife, I'm going to get rid of a handful of them that I just don't use anymore and probably be in better hands with another collector or user.
Oh, and I'm trying to do is encourage you to get up to 20 so then you can actually find the perfect typewriter.
And the other thing that you'll probably find, or at least I have, is of all the typewriters that I have, I have what I call my core group of 6. The 6 I like the best. Those are the ones that I tend to rotate regularly. I've very seldom change typewriters within a letter, but I'll use one typewriter for 2 or 3 letters, then switch it out and use another machine. And every now and then I'll pull one off the shelf and just to see why I don't like it as much as the other 6. And oh yeah, this is why I don't like it as much. And then type 1 letter goes back on the shelf.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, the process is fun. You know, I've taken a lot of notes from what you guys have done about how to organize the letters and mark when they're received and get it more organized for having communication with this group, because we're a growing group. Was it 200?
Right around 200.
Fantastic. That's lovely.
Congrats, Gregory.
Thank you.
Oh, shout out to Philly Typewriter. They sent me a piece for this. I had sent in my platen. This is a brand new platen from JJ. But yes. I either forgot to take off 2 of the screws or I took them off and immediately lost them, unfortunately. And Philly Typewriter helped me out by getting those pieces. So now I can use my right platen knob.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, this is a nice machine. It's a really big machine.
Yeah.
16-inch carriage. But I love it. These are great typers.
Nice.
With the palm tabulator too.
Yeah, this is really, oops, I don't want to lose it off the back, huh?
No.
But yeah, I haven't seen another machine with something like this. I really enjoy this.
Just HHs seem to be with that. They never really put that on anything else.
My HH has that as well.
Yeah. The idea of that is that you don't have to reach for a tab. You just make sure that you just tap it with this part of your wrist.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me add you to the screen. Sorry there, William. There we go.
Okay, and the idea is as you're typing, you don't have to reach for the tab button. You just hit it with this part of your wrist.
Oh yeah,
just tap it and.
I like that. I like the carriage for a very similar reason. The carriage has this little switch right here that you get really good at grabbing with your knuckle and pushing forward, or using this one as well. But from my huge collection of 8 machines, I really like this carriage return the best.
And it's amazing the difference a new platen makes, isn't it?
Oh my gosh, I've been reading stories about how it's like Christmas, or maybe some people here have mentioned that, and you're putting it in and it's a strange feeling. I'm in my 40s, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm kind of remembering how this was back when they had nice platens and machines at the schools. But yeah, it's at first I was like, you know what? I got so used to that pinging sound of it hitting a hard platen that clack. It took a while for me to get used to a new platen. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like that old sound a little better, but of course it's better on the machine.
The sharp clack then turns to a dull thud. And the other thing I noticed is that your fingers don't get jarred at the end of each stroke.
Yeah.
On some of my typewriters, I can actually feel the hardness of a platen through my fingers.
Wow. Yeah, luckily the HH has a really nice touch to it, and maybe it has a lot to do with the new platen. But yeah, it's a lot easier to use physically with the new platen.
Colby, those also came in pink, yellow, and blue, and they are very, very rare in the HH. So if you ever find one, just buy it, even though you might not want to, because there are enough people out there that you'd probably be the hero of the year.
Well, I'm a big fan of the crinkle paint. Is it also crinkle paint?
No, those ones are smooth.
Yeah,
but
I think I've seen pictures of those.
Yeah, they look nice. Ads. If you surf them online, you'll find the ads on eBay with the different colors. But yeah, like there's a couple people with some pinks, and I think I've seen a yellow, but they're just not as common as like the FPs and the colors. So HHs and colors are good.
Have you all seen those murder shows that they have? They may have one if I get another HH. My wife is just going to kill me right out.
Just make sure you get your will done first, and then you have the right people on there for typewriters.
It's just, it's how it is with these big boys. It's just really hard to store them anywhere.
It is, yeah.
Maybe that's why I use this more than the others. It's just simply you can't put it away.
Yeah.
But I do have a Royal KMM that I'm in the process of getting a new platen for. So I'm thinking that unless I have a annoying skipping A all the time, I'm going to switch to that one for my main machine once.
Are you in the Northeast US, Colby?
Northwest.
Northwest? Oh, okay. But yes, anywhere in the US is still easier to get platens to JJ Short, quicker and more rewarding. I need to send so many platens off. So hearing you talk about new rubber is just makes me itchy.
Well, I'm wondering what they would think when they receive my platen in a box that they sent me for the old platen. They're like, wait, what's this?
They won't be surprised.
Oh yeah? Other people recycle them? My first package was wonky, so I'm really happy that they sent me a good one I could reuse. But that's it for me. Nothing really exciting on my front here, other than that new Corona 3.
Well, that's very exciting, actually. I would love one of those. I don't go for those super early typewriters, but that is one I would love to have. Is just I think the size and then the fact that it folds. Yeah, that's a definite want.
Okay, so I've been in this group for maybe 4 times, and this is the first time that Sarah has been here. So I'm really excited. It sounds like other people are excited. So I'm going to pass it on, Gregory.
I heart Sarah, and everybody hearts Sarah. And when Sarah Van Allen's here, it's like raises the bar.
Thanks a lot.
No, May, you've already risen it so high, but Sarah's now.
Brenda. It's Brenda.
Oh, and Brenda. Sorry.
Thanks a lot, man. I gotta go.
You're just upset about your vibrator.
Hey, watch it. Watch it.
I mean your ribbon lifter thing.
Oh my
goodness. Okay then.
You guys are so sweet. I love you.
We love you too, Sarah.
I think what it is we don't get to see you very often anymore, Sarah. So when you do come on, it seems a little extra special. So
yeah, well, it's been a little while, huh? I can't figure out what's going on with my. I feel like I'm double dipping here with the audio, so I'm gonna.
You probably have YouTube on in the back.
Fiddlesticks. Hang on.
Yeah.
It's been a little while, huh? I can't figure out what's going on with my.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just mute myself for a minute.
Okay. Very cool. Yeah. right. Well, she gets that figured out. I want to say hi to Corbinian. How are you, Corbinian? Good to see you again.
From Germany, thanks. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Switzerland, yeah. So
Oh, Switzerland, yes.
The other German-speaking country. Yeah, or German-like. It's not German, but
yeah.
Germanic.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I finished reconditioning one of my Underwoods today, which seemingly belonged to a chain smoker, or I don't know what. It was really bad.
No.
yeah, and had to treat it with automotive anti-tobacco spray because nothing helped. I really doused it in alcohol and water, ducky treatment, even though I don't usually go for the water treatment with the antiques, but you had to. Yeah. And I cleaned it, I think 6 or 7 times, and it still smelled really awful. Then I banished it into a box with absorbent gel to just try to get rid of the smell. It didn't help. But today I used the car stuff, and it really seemed to work. It still smells a little, but I'm happy with it the way it is. And I even took off the glass keycaps because I ordered a while back a few tools. So for taking off the glass caps and putting them back on, it scratches the rings, the metal rings, a little bit. So I still have to figure it out where the nicks are and which would scratch the metal rings.
Corbinian,
but I could also
could we see that tool a little closer?
Yes, of course. So there are 2. I bought them from I have to check again. Hello Typewriter. It comes in a set, so like a thingy, and there are 2. So I don't know how well you can see that. I could turn off my.
No, yeah, that worked pretty well.
Background. Worked okay. So there are 2 sizes here for the larger ones, larger keycaps, and the smaller ones. You can swivel that around, and you have a little plastic rubber tip, and then you really slowly. And you have to line up the 3. This is for 3-pronged keycaps, and you have to line up the 3 prongs with the grooves here, and then you really press it very gently, and then you can feel it give at a certain point, because if you press too hard, then you're gonna break the glass. But it works really well, and it fits to my Underwood 3 banks. It doesn't fit the. I have got, as I mentioned, a lot of Ericas. But the size doesn't fit any of those. And then there is another tool with a little bell anvil on top that you can use to close it back up again. And it has, you can't see that. But I bought it in the US. So I think it was mytypewriter.com or something like that. I watched a YouTube video from, I think, Hot Rod Typewriter or something like that on YouTube, and he mentioned that he got those. I think it was a sponsored video, and then I ordered them a few weeks back, and they arrived, and I had to pay horrendous amount of tax again because Switzerland. But but they work really well, and I could dust and remove the cigarette ash, or I don't know what. It smelled really awful from below the glass keycaps, and the paper symbols or the paper, they came out really well. I can try, but I think it will probably, well, I'll post a picture somewhere. But it came out really well, and they are all except the S, and with the pound symbol on it. It's a little brown still, but everything else came out really well, and I'm pretty happy with it. But you are all very lucky to have even the option to get your platen redone, because in Europe, I don't know anyone. So in Switzerland, there used to be one company who produced industrial rollers. So they, as a side hustle, they resurfaced Plattens, but they are not doing it anymore. And it was really expensive per Platten. Even if you sent them 10 or 20, it was still, yeah. Manual labor in Switzerland is really expensive. So yeah.
I believe there is one place in Holland that still does platen resurfacing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a good to know. Yeah, Holland isn't that far away. So I probably have to check that. Yeah. So
and
that's
as far as your key top tool fitting the underwoods, but not the Erica's, my guess is that the tool is built to imperial specifications, where the Erica's will be built to metric.
Yes, I agree. I think so too. At first I thought if I swivel it around, maybe it's a larger one, but no, the largest one just barely fits the imperial
everywhere.
tops. Yeah.
So you purchased a vintage set online on an American website?
No, they had it
modern
remade, so
reproduction.
it's brand new.
Wow.
They are brand new. Yeah. I can look
that.
it up and post it in the chat. Yeah. If that's all right with Gregory,
oh yes,
that I post something like that.
Of
course, it's not mine, so I'm not. But I'm really happy with those. They work really well. So I tried those. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have managed because it's really difficult with the old typewriters that have the paper, so the glass tops and the paper symbols in there. You can't really wash them. You really have to be careful because everything, even alcohol, especially alcohol, gets in there and destroys, not destroys the paper, but it discolors the paper and it really looks awful. But here I could really brush the dust from between the glass and the paper. Was really strange. And I
did that with my KMM a few months ago, and I found an online video that showed how to make one of those devices with a windshield wiper removal tool. And the first key I worked on, it may have taken me about 45 minutes.
Really?
Of removing it
yeah.
and cleaning and then putting them back on. But by the end, I did all my keys. And by the end, I was down to about maybe 7 to 10 minutes per key on and off.
Yeah.
But what I did, you can buy those kits to replace the paper, but I like keeping the machine as vintage as possible. Did you keep your paper?
Same.
The
yes,
key,
I kept
key
the
legends?
Yes. Yeah. I kept those.
That's great.
Because I don't have any, I haven't seen the kits. So I thought about maybe placing them or pasting them to paper, scanning it, and then redoing it or stuff like that. So I've got a backup. But then I thought, no, I'm not going to price them out because they were really stuck in there. I would have had to use a needle and then probably destroy the paper. Nobody knows. Maybe they glued it down, or I don't know.
Well, in my experience, one thing I recognized with mine is that, when gunk got into the keys, it acted as an adhesive, and it essentially would ruin the key legend if it was removed. What I took is an X-Acto knife. In fact, it was a surgical knife, and carved off the paint from the actual numbers to make it more clear to see the key. There's a big issue with me is that it just is really hard to see what the letter was or the character was.
Yeah.
But just getting in there with a magnifying glass, quite ridiculous, but it worked.
Oh yeah, magnifying glass. I bought one of those, and then I was like, really okay. And then that's how I saw that the metal keys were scratched on the outside. So if you close them, I don't know if it's the opening or the closing, but some kind of metal burr on this. It is a little rough. So maybe it scratches that, but I can polish it with a Dremel tool or stuff like that. I will continue to work on it. So
I would lay down. Sorry, as I'm reaching across my desk, I would lay down one of these first over the key before putting on my, device that I made, just because I didn't want to scratch it. That might work as well if you laid this down on a key first.
The tolerance is really small, which is why I probably think it wouldn't fit even the tissue. I wouldn't probably, because it's really spot on. It's like I don't know what kind of tolerance, but I can as you can it doesn't show up. They are brand new, so completely new, so that those are not vintage tools. But let's try this again.
Wow.
You can see their new. What was it again? And yeah, and
Does
they
it
are
perchance, does it perchance say where they're made on the tool anywhere?
No.
Okay.
Not on this one.
I'm shocked that
And
someone's producing them now.
yes, because a few months back they closed down, or they on eBay in Austria they had a very large, missing the word again, auction of a large collection of an Austrian collector, and they also auctioned vintage tools, and I really tried to bid on those kind of tools, and they went above 700 euros or $700, and I was like, no, okay, this is it. I'm out, and I think they went for over 1,000. But it was a big, no, not the big. It was a toolbox, but they had almost everything in there. But you don't. Aside from those, you don't need any, in my opinion. You have a few specialized tools, and the other typewriter repair guys probably can attest to that. You kind of make what you need in the end, because it's not manufactured anymore. You can't get the stuff aside from this, which I don't know, is probably something reused as a, I don't know, this is not really rocket science. It's just a parallel thingy which moves up and down and doesn't tilt too much. And yeah, so
I've seen
somebody
there's a
had
kit.
those remade.
Is
Sorry?
this the kit? Is this the kit that you can buy that's like $500 and they send you the keycap, the paper and stuff that goes with it? I've seen that.
I saw a little set with, yes, I received the keycaps as well. One second.
Right.
I saw that too. I always assumed at that price that it was a vintage one, but
yeah. So
no, it's reproduction. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in production. So you get a little glass case with a few glass caps.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know, tops.
And they send the papers.
Yes, and the papers, but they are not really. Let's try this. They're not really matching the symbols. It depends on what kind of typewriter you have. You get them in white, and then I think a black one is behind that. Yeah, here it says what the kit is, but it still doesn't say what kind of. Yeah, the white one and the black symbols, and then the two thingies. What's that?
Was that an Etsy seller, eBay seller? I feel like I've seen it on a
neither. It
website.
was. Yeah, I also ordered though.
That's Charles Goo's stuff from mytypewriter.com.
Oh, Charles Goo. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
Which is, yeah, I mean, that's like the one tool you just can't sort of make. Like, you know,
exactly.
Awesome to
and
find
everything else you can do yourself or yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a modified hole punch, essentially.
Yeah, I think
right?
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, but
do you like it? Do you find it's working for you? Yeah.
Yeah, it worked for me. So as I mentioned, I cleaned my Underwood 3 bank today with it. I'm trying to show it. Yeah, so I got all my keycaps off and dusted off let's try this again. Thank you, Gregory. Yeah. So
sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's like he's got the invisibility cloak every time he holds up the thing.
Because as I mentioned last time, I've got 60 typewriters behind me. I had to get my books out of my bookshelf, and maybe I can just show you.
Yes, please. You mentioned it last time. I'm like, I would prefer to see that.
You are hiding your typewriters from us. How dare you hide your typewriters?
I know. This is like what we want to see. Yay!
Yes, there we go. Yes.
So you can probably see the large ones are from around the 1900s, and then it goes a little up again. So it's not the end up there.
Oh wow!
And you've got them all
under a cover
boxes. That's great.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So they're dust protect them from
they're
the evil
dust protected because not all of
Yeah.
them. I'm around half of it. So up until here, it's about 30, and then it goes down to the bottom, and it's a really large bookshelf. And also the
Nice.
bottom row up until behind me, it's full of, you can see probably a few stragglers
Wow.
here. The Underwood
Yeah.
Universal, I think, and the Erica. And
Don't be ashamed
so,
and don't be ashamed and
This
don't
is a
hide it.
much-
You're okay with this group.
Much better
Yeah.
background.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, we love
Thanks,
it.
thanks.
That's
Look at
much
all that
better.
cool
Yeah.
stuff.
Swiss
That's
are
great.
always doing things better, right? Like you know
Yeah.
how
the
to
greatest
protect your typewriter.
group of enablers, I can see that.
Well,
And
we all want to know what type of shelves you have too, because typewriter collectors want to know what's the best
Absolutely.
shelf that holds typewriters.
It was a pretty standard screw-in wooden shelf with a leather design, and I think it's a Swiss design. I can't really say, and just metal plates in between. So it's really really standard, and it's pretty sturdy because I'm not sure whether you can see the three. It's a Stover. So they're the very heavy desktop machines, so the really large ones. It's an Ideal A4 from I think 1908 or I'm not sure, and then Ideal A1. That's the newest one that I'm reconditioning next, and they get placed in the boxes when I finish the dry cleaning. So just I blow them out with an, I think, electronics duster for IT service guys and stuff like that. So it's just really high velocity. First, I check for any loose screws or as far as I can see, and springs, so nothing flies away. I've had that happen, and then I've been crawling over the balcony and trying to fix it because I do it outside. And
I've learned that when I get a new machine, which I did with my Corona 3, is just photograph all of it, just every single point of it, because when I lost a piece that came off of it, I had no idea that there was a small piece of metal on it. And so when I was looking at my photos on how to reattach it, I'm like, oh wow, there should be a little piece of metal somewhere here. And sure enough, found it in the carpet.
Yeah. And then you need some kind of magnet sweeper or dust thingy to find stuff like that, because it usually is so small you can't find it on your own.
Oh yeah, when something ends up on the floor, I'm like, here we go again, and dive down, and I'm there for 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
You need one of those grabbers with the magnet on the end.
A person almost needs to do this in the clean room, like when you rebuild a diesel injection pump. You have to have an absolute clean room, so if you drop anything, it goes on the white floor and you can find it.
Yeah. Well, I learned from this group that put it in a small shallow box, so if any springs come out, it stays in the box.
Yep.
Yeah.
I only do that when I feel smart, though. Sometimes I just don't do it. I regret it.
Yeah. And then the boxes are pretty useful once I do the first wet cleaning. So not the ducky treatment, but with alcohol wipes and sometimes with some kind of car shampoos or the nicotine remover. And I can really advise you, be careful with old machines, because a few weeks back, all of a sudden I really got a huge headache and had to take the afternoon off and lie down. It was really awful. And on the next day, I treated it with the nicotine remover, and I had really cleaned it the day before with, and the color of the stuff that was collecting at the bottom was like really awful. And all of a sudden I realized I think I might have absorbed nicotine through the skin.
Yes.
And as I don't smoke and I'm not used to it, I got a huge headache. So be careful with the stuff. So even a typewriter can probably have its influence on your health.
Can I ask you more about your spray cleaner that you mentioned about removing the nicotine?
Yeah.
Is it like I don't know if you have Febreze there. Is it similar to that where it?
Yeah, no, it's actually just for for cars specifically. It was Smoke X Green Lemon. I'm not sure whether or not you have that stuff. It's Sonax. It's a German brand, I think. And it's especially for Smoke X. Yeah, let's try. I can turn it off again. 1 second. And it's because I tried everything else. I tried Universal foams, cleaning foams for tires and the accompanying. I'm missing the English words, hubcaps and stuff like that. So it's not aggressive to rubbers, not aggressive to plastics and stuff like that, but it cleans. And I used that, and it didn't clean the typewriter enough. And then I treated it with this today. So it's like neutralizing, and so like a little like Febreze, but it's produced, yeah, no, actually this one was produced in Switzerland, yeah, of course. Well, and then in Germany, Nuremberg, Sonax, Smoke X. So you probably have something like that for cars. So you spray that into the car, from the seats to the air conditioning vents. You can spray it everywhere. You leave it in, don't breathe it in, and then it's supposed to neutralize. So I removed a lot of nicotine beforehand with the universal cleaner, alcohol, water, then even water and car shampoo and stuff like that. So but it doesn't do it, or it didn't do enough. It was really bad.
You remove the casing from the machine?
The unfortunate thing for the 3-bank is you can't get rid of the last few screws keeping it in the outer body. So I used that, and I had to be careful again of the keys and the keycaps.
Yeah.
So I wrapped those in a towel and sprayed the rest in a box. And then afterwards, I put it into the boxes, as I wanted to say earlier. And then I put desiccant, how do you say that? Silica gel, stuff like that. Yeah, inside. So I air dried it again, and then I put it in the box and left it there, so it really absorbs any kind of moisture still collecting in the, I don't know, in the spring, in the mainspring, for example. You can't really get that out. You can of course try to blow in there. You can even get in there with 96% alcohol, IPA, isopropyl alcohol, or stuff like that to dilute the water and evaporate the rest. But in the end, there's always something in there, and I try to dry it as quickly as possible. And it's a nice thing because it doesn't not stink up, but they sometimes smell, and in the boxes they are safe that way. But I keep every box with a desiccant pack of 25 to 50 grams, so depending on the size of the typewriter. And they haven't rusted on me because they aren't airtight, but they are tight enough. And especially in the autumn, it's pretty humid here, so we have 60-70% for us. That's high, but humidity in the air. So yeah, that was my accomplishment for this week, to get this done, and I was really happy about it because I've been trying to get this done, and I'm really frustrated. And I completely took it apart. So carriage, drawstring, everything. And then there are very good instructional videos from the, I think, typewriter Maven or something. She had a few of those, especially for the 3-bank. And at one point I was like, this seems to be the wrong way around. And I was like checking her video, and she was like, okay, and you never see me trying to put in the screws back because I just swear too much. So I cut this part out, and I've been doing this off camera. And I was like, okay, thank you. You've just the same issue as I was like really frustrated with it. But in the end, it's, I think for me, or for probably for you guys as well, it's an accomplishment, and it even if it's frustrating, it's a hobby, and it's invigorating, and it's really, I was really happy about that today. So that's why I wanted to show it off and kept trying to show it earlier. Yeah, so sorry for the takeover.
Oh no, that's excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I see Joe typing away.
Hey everybody, how you doing?
Good. I like your is it a long sleeve t-shirt or a sweatshirt?
It's a sweatshirt with a Grateful Dead logo.
Yeah.
And pardon my voice, but yours truly has acquired a case of COVID here.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Yeah, so I'm lucky that my employer has a COVID plan for me to stay home and still get paid and not take sick leave.
Yeah.
So I'm home, and this is the first day I felt good enough to get out of bed, pretty much. So
wow.
yeah.
How long have you had it?
I started showing symptoms last Tuesday, tested positive on Wednesday, and then it took till Friday afternoon to get my prescription of Paxlovid, the antiviral drug from my supplier. So I'm on that. So, but anyways, so I'm actually typing here. I was using 3 different machines. I'm on the Splendid 33, right? There's that. I have the Groma Calibri over here, right there. And I have the Corona 3, the folding Corona 3 behind me I was using earlier. So just kind of trying out some of these portable typewriters. And it's funny, I leave some of these pages in the typewriters and forget to take them out. Like here's a page for October 10th and here's one from November 6th and all that. So it's kind of fun to come across the October 25th. It's kind of fun to come across these old typings and, stuck in the machines and all that. So it sounds like there's a television program on in the background. Anyways.
Yeah,
so
have the radio on.
Anyways, that's a little bit distracting.
I was trying to figure out who it was, but
It wasn't me this time, I promise.
I couldn't tell, but anyway, yeah.
So anyways, that's what's going on with me.
Yeah,
you like
glad
my
you're feeling
microphone here? Get my microphone out of the shot here.
your boom mic.
Yeah, it's a lav mic, but I'm using it as a boom mic.
Yeah.
If you can still type, Joe, we know you're okay.
Yeah, that's right. I can still type, So
Yeah.
I was actually thinking yesterday I would try to do this from my bed, actually have my tablet set up on a little tabletop tripod right in bed, but I decided, no, I want to get out of bed.
Yeah, get out of bed. Get to the typewriter. It'll make you feel better.
Typewriter. Look, there's Sean stuffing an envelope.
Airmail.
Airmail. That's right.
Well, it's a good day to do it. I was just
Yeah.
writing my Christmas cards for overseas.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
I just received a Christmas card from somebody in Australia.
Oh, well,
nice.
me too.
Me
Me
too. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, it was, let me see, who was it?
He was pretty busy if he sent them
Russell
to
Watson.
everybody.
Russell
Yeah.
Watson, yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's pretty good. I feel guilty now that I haven't thought about getting a letter or a card back to him, and it probably won't get there until after the New Year's,
Yeah. Mine's going out on Monday.
Yeah, I should do that too. I should get mine out.
Good.
Well, anyways, yes, if I knew what was good for me. So I have nothing to report really. There's nothing going on here in the Van Cleve castle here. So
well, we just
world
hope that
famous.
we just hope that you take care of yourself and get some rest. So
oh yes, I've gotten
yeah.
plenty of rest. In fact, I'm so rested I'm tired of laying in bed. Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
Isn't that true? When you're really sick, you just get
Oh,
sick of
God.
being sick after a while. It's
Oh
like
yeah,
so boring.
my hip is sore from laying on my side and
Oh.
that whole thing. But yeah, I was out in the sunlight this morning in the front porch. So I might get out there again and soak up some of that sun like a desert rat, like a lizard, a flat rock.
Unfortunately, no cigars, Joe.
I haven't smoked any this week, but I'm thinking, I don't know. I'm thinking, why not?
Why not?
Oh.
Life is short. Go for it, man.
Well, if you believe like some of the Native Americans do, that tobacco is medicinal, right? then you don't want to abuse it. So it's a medicine like anything else. So who knows?
Where did they purchase theirs?
They purchased theirs from the reservation quick stop.
We all know now that nicotine provides you immunity from cleaning typewriters. So if you do smoke, that'll help out.
Yeah, and that whole story about absorbing the nicotine through your skin, that's really scary because you can definitely get sick from that. If you guys have ever, when you were kids, have you ever tried chewing tobacco, right?
Oh my God.
The first time you did it, you got deathly sick, right?
Yeah, I dipped, yeah. And I vomited.
Yes. Oh yeah. Makes you
did.
really sick. So
yeah, I learned my lesson.
So I was going to ask everybody, what are you guys doing individually for Christmas in terms of typewriters? Are you doing typewritten letters or cards or anything like that?
Bit of both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are some of us looking for special paper, Christmassy paper?
Oh, you could type on the back of wrapping paper. That's a clever idea.
Oh,
Jeff.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, great idea.
I like it.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm typing green. I use my stamping kit and making green and red stationery to send out letters over the holidays. And
that's cute.
I do have some Christmas cards, so I will write a letter and put it inside a card and use my fountain pen skills to write on the card and then add a typed letter. So yes, I'm behind me. You can see I've trashed my kitchen with
it's a project.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to organize all the correspondence. I think someone was talking about that earlier, and so I need to do that and organize the letters that people have sent, and so I can put them in chronological order and answer back in a fair fashion, because I've been typing people letters and behind on other people who have typed me letters before. So yeah, I need to get better at that. So that's part of my project while I'm talking on typewriter.
So May, you were saying about your fountain pen skills. I was curious what that is. Is that like being able to use a fountain pen without getting ink on your fingers?
When you write with the fountain pen, you can't write as fast
that's true.
With the ballpoint pen. So you have to slow down a lot. Well, at least with my fountain pens, I have to slow down a lot. And it's hard for me to do because, I'm just all over the place. And so I want to write fast. So I have to learn how to slow down. So that's,
that's good.
The strokes in a proper way so that
right. I have this cheap little $10 Pilot Plumix fountain pen.
Yeah.
That is a stub nib, like a semi-italic nib. And that little cheap pen makes my handwriting so much better because I do have to slow down, but it makes me form the loops better. And it sort of dampens out the jitteriness of my handwriting otherwise, right? And so it kind of acts like a filter.
Attenuator.
It's kind of like typewriters. The fountain pen and typewriters do have a lot of similarity. That's why most of us like both. They help us slow down and think about what we're writing.
Well, I don't have that problem with the fountain pen. The only trouble is I have to slow down because otherwise I smear my hands because I'm a lefty.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So you
have to do that anyway.
Thing. Yeah.
I'm a lefty too. Yeah. You have to.
I'm a lefty too.
Avoid doing that.
Wow.
Yeah, me
all
too.
The good ones are lefties.
You're all the lefties. Raise your left hand if you're a lefty. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Lefties rule.
Statistically, that's a lot of lefties for this group.
There must be something about that.
There is.
There is. Left-handed people are more creative.
Well, if
they
you
say
think
we're in
about
our
it,
right mind, right? Left-handed people are in their right mind.
I was just going to say,
good one.
If the left side of your body controls the right side of your brain, now if your left side of the brain controls the right side of the body, then left-handed people are in the right mind.
Yep.
There you go.
So now, and as far as typing on wrapping paper is lighter than normal paper, so you can get more sheets in per envelope. But it does tend to leave some of the coloring of the wrapping paper on your backing sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Something
yesterday at our type-in, I had taken and we used up one pack of this. This has got Santa Claus on it. And on the back, there's envelopes that match and stickers to seal. And of course, the kids could write their letters to Santa Claus, or you could write a letter to Grandma and get the envelope with calligraphy addressed. And then
Grandma, Santa Claus's assistant.
Yeah, exactly. And then here's some other Christmas paper. I don't know, maybe it's too glary to see. And then I like to use a script typewriter and use red and green typewriter ribbon. So I combine,
Wow.
And so I've already started working on my holiday letters.
Okay.
So some of you will, of course, be getting some.
Now, why do you just tell me now you could use the red color to write the Christmas letters? I just finished them all. Black.
Yeah. Use the
Hey,
red and
Susan.
green ink. And
Susan, I was gonna break the news to you, but there's no Santa Claus. He's not real.
This is
Oh,
online.
yes, there is.
I thought it was you.
Man.
You got a beard.
Yeah.
Here's a
Bearer
Santa
of bad
Claus.
news.
I'm the bearer of bad news. I
What
just had
about
to
the
break that
Easter
to you.
bunny? The Easter bunny's real, right?
Oh yeah, he's real.
And the tooth fairy.
I'm the tooth fairy. I just want to let you know I'm the tooth fairy. That's what I told the kids.
Speaking of left-handers, I always considered Peter's typewriter there to be left-handed. Because if I believe that you attach the pencil
Oliver?
on the left side of the Oliver.
It's actually on the right.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
it is on
you're
the
right or the typewriter's right?
Typewriter.
On the
Typewriter's right.
both.
You're right, and
Right on
yeah.
this side here. This is the where it would attach, and then it would swing down.
Well,
Mine is unfortunately missing that, but
I always figured that you're facing your typewriter, right? So that would be the left hand of the typewriter.
Okay, on a typewriter and any other piece of equipment, the left and right is always determined as by when the operator is sitting in or in front of the machine.
So it's not like stage left and stage right.
Stage left, yeah, stage right.
That's different.
That's the other one on my list, by the way. If I was to ever get another typewriter, my 9th would be that one. Peter, that looks like a beautiful one.
Yeah, it's actually in pretty good shape. I looked for a long time to get one that was in this nicer shape. I will say this: if you get one of these, you will almost assuredly have to get a new platen right away. Every single one of these I've seen for sale with their original platens, they look awful, and I figured out why. This thing bashes its platen harder than any other typewriter in my collection. Congratulations on that Corona 3, by the way. Yours is in a lot better condition than mine.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel quite happy. I got it for retail price, $49.
Wow.
That's how much they went for back in the 20s, I heard.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing to think those machines were used in the trenches of World War I. They were the only practical portable typewriter in that day.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I took mine to work the other day.
You get a lot of work done on it?
Not really. It was more, you know, I'm a machinist, so showing a piece that well constructed to a bunch of machinists, it got a lot of attention. No, I just played with it on my break.
Ladies, even now.
Yeah, speaking of what Joe was saying, I noticed, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but on one of the Goodwill sites, they had a typewriter case, like a military one, that is for a 14-inch machine. I couldn't believe it. It's huge. And it's like this big green, looks almost like a ammunitions box, you know, but they would put the typewriter inside of it. I was really stunned to see how large that was.
Sarah, I've got one of those, and it is the coolest mobile office.
Oh, Sean, of course you do.
Well,
Show and tell, Sean.
That's so
You gotta
cute.
grab it now.
Well, it's not a grabbing type of thing.
Yeah.
It's big, but yeah, I mean, I even got a U.S. Army lock for it now with the key, so you can lock it up. But when it comes down, it's your desk and your typewriter's in there in its case, and you got
Seriously?
all your. Oh yeah, so you got all your.
So it
spots
opens
and
up?
pencils.
It
Oh, yeah,
opens?
the front comes down and that becomes your desktop, and then you pull your typewriter out of the case,
Wow.
put it down, and then you type.
Oh,
And then everything behind becomes your bookshelves and your paper trays and your forms, and
Yeah.
you got pencil
No
spots, and there's even
way.
2 little holes in there for ink bottles, so you can stick your
Seriously?
ink bottles in.
Wow.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
one of those
But it's
too.
a box. It's a
Uh,
metal, it's a metal
it's a-
box.
It's a big wooden
Wooden.
crate with or steel reinforcements along the sides and the edges. And yeah, maybe let me see.
So is that what Radar O'Reilly would have used in MASH to type up the report?
Yeah.
He was lucky.
Well, my
I
mind,
don't remember what I don't
my
remember what
mind-
typewriter he had.
Oh my
My mind
gosh,
went
that
to
is
that-
so cool.
my mind
I'll
went
bring
to
it
that
over
scene.
here.
Yeah, I want to see that. Does it have your name on it?
No, I have a big green and it says US on the front because it's a US Army thing. So yeah,
Oh my gosh.
You didn't
Wow, I'm
find a
excited.
Canadian
That's cool.
Army one version?
we just use US ones.
But, but
mind
I
went to
think
that
that
scene
Sarah's
in,
talking about a different thing. I think Sarah is talking about just a case.
Yeah.
And Sean is talking about the mobile office.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a field
these are
disk
two separate
that Sean
things.
is talking about.
Hmm.
I wonder.
Yeah.
But I
I'm
think,
always-
the Corona 3, if you fold it down, it's small enough to fit into a larger ammo box, I think.
It
Oh
is.
yeah.
Good.
I've actually
I just put it in my pocket from time to time.
Do you really?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
it's
Cargo
small
pants.
enough. The Corona 3 is small enough when folded up that it'll fit in a motorcycle side saddlebag,
Oh,
which
yeah.
I have done with it.
Oh, I bet Bob Marshall does that.
Here it comes.
No way. Let me. Okay, so this is a little. I think it might be different
Wow.
than what I'm
Wow,
thinking
you
of, but
got
maybe not.
Military
Wow.
secrets in there.
Yeah.
How very convenient to have the key right beside the lock.
I'm not moving it. I'm not leaving it outside or anything.
Well, Canadians are so trustworthy, they wouldn't really need a lock.
I don't know about that.
But it's a US case, so I don't trust anybody.
Oh, yes.
Uh,
Side taps.
Yeah.
Don't hurt yourself.
Oh my goodness.
Too
Live
late.
on
Like there's
TV.
a typewriter in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
No way, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gosh,
One of
that is
those.
so beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Well, then you got.
Cool. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
It's in,
Wow.
it's in 3 stages. You can take one part out, the second part out.
Oh my
Then you have a
God.
bottom part.
My
Oh.
Guess it's to eBay immediately. I'll be
Sean,
looking.
I'll trade you for
Yeah.
a glass mailbox.
Sean,
Oh,
Gosh.
yeah, I would probably almost do that.
I would probably
Sean-
almost do it too.
Sean,
Oh my gosh, I love it so much.
That is
Yeah.
cool.
It's not bad, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing. It's beautiful.
And this is big enough to fit an Underwood, Universal or a Champion. Well, most cases.
Seriously?
But yeah, any
So
of
is
the
that
drones.
a 50s box or?
Oh my
No,
gosh,
it's,
that's amazing.
45.
Oh wow,
Oh.
Wow.
Paper.
that's nice. Good
Wow.
condition.
Yep.
So I usually take that out camping.
That is beautiful. I love it.
Oh,
Remember that scene in Saving Private Ryan where he's struggling to get everything together to go with Tom Hanks, and Tom Hanks simply raises a pencil? I'm thinking that he was looking for this box.
yeah.
Bring his
Probably.
desk with him.
It's when he
Yeah.
throws the typewriter away that I always cry a bit.
Yeah,
Oh.
I would too.
Saving Ryan's privates.
No.
Yeah, good grief.
Oh my goodness.
You could make plans based on that and make kits for people that want to build those.
Probably good.
You should totally do that, man. You should do that.
US Army design. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Can you copy that?
There's
So easily.
there's three different versions in the approved regulations for field offices. So this is the best one just because it's the most symmetrical, balanced feng shui, but there's a bit of smaller one that's got less space in it. And there's another one that's even bigger that has legs. When you pull the door down, it'll become legs and it's a little bit bigger and more hefty.
Huh.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
Is
cool.
there any knowledge about who made those for the army? Was that
Lots
like
of, yeah, there's a badge on the top of it, like anything. And yeah, it's got a stock number, a specification, an army regulation number, because all this stuff had to be marked who the makers were. And it's a tent and awning company that made this one.
Oh my gosh.
It's pretty cool.
Everybody made weird things, you know. You got Rockola jukeboxes making rifles and all sorts of interesting companies making things totally not like their normal business during the war. So anyway, I'm tired.
That's amazing. I want to get one.
That's awesome.
Thanks for showing. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sacrificing your body for that.
Oh my God, no problem.
I'm gonna have like back pain for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
I gotta go to my Rub A535. Anyway, sorry for whoever was talking about or Sarah. There it is. That might not have been what you meant, but anyway, sorry.
Oh, I am so glad that I brought that up because that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. That is so exciting. I just love it. Thank you for sharing that.
There's one back there. If you look at my finger, I'm pointing to it.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, yep,
That's
there it
another
is.
kind.
Finger.
That's a different model.
Pull your finger.
Oh, that looks like that one looks bigger.
Oh, that's a bigger one.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Does that thing have legs?
No, I need a table for it, and unfortunately, I didn't picture it that big when I bought it. I agreed to buy it, so now I got to find a table to put it on. It does fit a typewriter. It's just like Sean's. Pretty cool.
That's a good problem to have. I like
Yeah.
that.
In addition to all the other problems we have, I collect the U.S. Army stuff. So this book, this GI collector's book here has got all of everything, all the weird stuff for everything.
Oh man.
Right down to the socks and the part numbers and all that stuff. So Rich, I'll find out which one you've got and we'll share parts numbers.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was.
That's fun. Oh my gosh, I love it.
John,
It
I'm
might
not a
have been
collector, but
Marines.
boy, now I want that book.
I know, huh?
Me too.
There's three of those books. Blue, green, a red, and a blue one.
Yeah.
Wait, you said red, green, or red, blue, and green?
Yeah.
You think they would be
red, white, and blue?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's an American who wrote the book.
Colby, you were talking about having a wide platen on your typewriter. With the platen that wide, you can make sure I can see myself. You can type letters like that. Landscape, not portrait.
Oh yeah. You mean like this? I've been using my handy dandy ledger here.
Yep.
But I also like adding spaces for adding artwork in as well. So
Mhm.
you can see some here. I haven't gone back to it yet, but just being able to add a little artwork along with writing has been very helpful.
For sure.
Or that's my style, really.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And then-
I'm a big fan of big platens.
Then I made a start of an idea of mine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I did that
Cool.
that the other day and got really into it. I accidentally started the first 3 lines with the same letter. Let me see.
And with a 14-inch platen, you can go up to a 10-inch square piece of paper.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
go for it.
I can see that an elite typeface would work much better because type is always 6 lines per inch. If you elite is 12 characters per inch, then you can advance or go 2 further back per line. Whereas pica is 10 per inch, and 10 doesn't really go into 6 that well. That's just my mathematical thinking. But yeah, Colby, have the
I learned a new term the other day, tautogram. I started typing and the first 3 sentences started with an S. I'm doing this backwards. So I decided to just start all of the lines with the letter S all the way down, which became fun because it's a game. You got to figure out about here how you're going to end the line to start with an S on the other side. But I had a lot of fun doing S, and then the next day I did T, and then U, and then I gave up because it's so hard.
Yeah. Try X.
Yeah. Cool.
Yes, back.
So Colby,
back.
where do you get those binders? The binders that you keep your writings in?
I found them on eBay. I bought a handful of them before telling others.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, they're really nice. Sorry, let me put this away and I could show you your. They have a great lid that just slips right on. And then to release it, you press these two buttons down and it slides right off.
Yeah.
But it's a really nice leather, fake leather. I'm not sure. Maybe
call it leather.
Vinyl. Maybe vinyl. I'm not sure, but they're
pleather.
They were
pleather, yeah.
and B&P produces a lot of these. You can find them on eBay from time to time.
I recently got one at the thrift store for, I believe, $4.
What?
Yeah.
A lot less than I paid for mine.
Oh, okay.
But once you fill that binder up, then do you transfer to another binder for storage, or?
Well,
or just buy and try to find a new binder.
Here's my collection of binders.
Oh, okay. So you got enough to go for a while.
Yeah, and luckily the ones I found actually had some blanks in them, ledger pages. So I keep the extra ledgers somewhere else. So when I do add them to my journal, I can have them in one place. I specified this journal with yellow electrical tape, so I know which one I'm actually using. And these are more for storage for now, but will eventually become journals on their own.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'm a big guy. I like the big platen. I like the big paper. I guess it's just my style. My Corona 3 is so unusual compared to my others. I placed my Corona 3 in front of the HH, and it was really ridiculous on how much smaller it was.
Yeah.
This one weighs 37 pounds, and the Corona 3 weighs, thanks to you, Joe, I think it weighs 6 pounds.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
How much did you say Joe weighs?
6 pounds.
That was more of an inside thing. But yeah, Joe put a really great video
this week. I might have lost a few.
I was referring to a great video that Joe put up on, and where he talked about the Corona 3 and weighed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
Thanks for mentioning that.
And thank you. I've never mentioned this to you before, but I always enjoy your videos, Dave. I've watched them almost daily.
Great. Thank you.
William, is that a ledger as well? Is that
I happened to come across this one in the recycle bin a few years ago, and these are the pages in it. Just synoptic journal pages or ledger pages.
Yeah, I like the ones that are numbered like that. I used one of those for my beginning sheet for a trip, and each day was a date, or each number was a date for what we did.
Just notice that these paper is watermarked.
Oh yeah.
Color ledger made in Canada. How about that?
Oh, you got some local paper.
We used to make stuff here.
Yes.
No, I'm curious about that. The line spacing, is it the same line spacing that would be common in a typewriter? Like, is it intended to use in a typewriter?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. I get about one or two lines on the typewriter to 2 lines on the ledger paper.
Oh, okay.
No, I think it was more designed for pen and ink.
Oh, okay.
So Daniel was asking in the chat if anybody's ever thought of making one of these binders, and ledger binders, but I know that you can buy the binder posts at the hardware store. They're aluminum, and they come in 2 halves, a male and female, that thread together. So you could probably make the covers out of some heavy material, right? Cardboard or something, and cover it with whatever.
I I actually tried to do that. I bought a 1956 dictionary that had a beautiful ornate cover.
Yeah.
And tried to refinagle it into a cover. It's slightly smaller. Kind of gave up when I had to cut into one of the pieces. I didn't want to do that quite yet.
Oh yeah.
It would be cool to add a a leather old book cover.
I think if you maybe I'm thinking out loud here, maybe use masonite board from the hardware store, right? And then cover it in adhesive shelf liner that has a leather kind of appearance. And then drill holes in it and use those aluminum binder pins.
I use this for travel because, with wind and stuff, you're writing and the pages can blow around. So what I did is I just took a, piece of plastic insert from a heavy binder cover, and I cut it, and I installed 3 magnets along the edge here. So when I take this, I can slide this under the edge of the paper here, and I take this little ruler piece, sticks right on, and keeps the page down. And on this other side, this is so I can just keep this out and not have to put the cover back on. This holds the paper down on this side, so I can journal with the cover off.
Oh, nice.
When I'm wanting to write or draw rather than use a typewriter. But yeah, that's been working pretty well.
Very cool.
And then the cover can go right on top of all of it.
Great.
Yeah, I can't wait to start using mine. It's going to be fun. Do I have a white carriage now? I don't think I have a white carriage, so
Really?
I'll probably just have to do it the wrong way. I'll say it that way. Yeah, but yeah. And May, I saw you were showing some international stamps earlier.
Oh yeah, I'm organizing my stamps. I'm trying to find an envelope that will fit all my stamps, and these are global. So our U.S. postal one price, I forget exactly how much it is. It's a little over $1, maybe $1.50, $1.60. You can send them anywhere, any country outside of the U.S.
And that I believe that's for 1 ounce.
Yes, anything less than an ounce. So just a normal letter, airmail letter.
Yeah.
And then the post office also gave me these to put on the
cool.
Well, just ask them,
What?
If you ask nicely,
I had no idea.
most people will say yes. And so I asked, I need a bunch of stuff for international letters, and they gave sold me the stamps and then gave me these stickers to put on the letters too. So
May they've released a few of those round stickers over the years. One of them is of the
here's
moon.
another one.
Ooh, the
Cool.
moon.
The moon, and this one is what is it? Daisy?
Sunflower.
African
Black-eyed
daisy.
Susan, black-eyed
Oh.
Susan, or something like that. But yeah, the flower round stamps, I guess, round stamps differentiate between, U.S. versus global. Kind of nice. So that way I can tell them apart, not put the wrong stamp on the envelope.
I was just in the post office myself and got some new
Postcard
stamps.
Oh yeah.
Here's postcards. So now I have a little bit of a stamp addiction thing. Like every time I go to the post office, even though I don't need any more, because I have probably about, 50 right now. They're like, do you need any stamps? And then I look at the designs and go, yes, I do need more stamps.
They just released one called Women of Cryptology. And I was looking at it, and I realized that you can solve the message on the stamp using the whole plate of the stamp. There's codes along the outside of it. I haven't solved it yet.
See,
but
now I have to get more stamps. Dang it.
I can grab mine. It's right here.
Yeah.
Is in your Ovaltine.
Yeah.
When I was in downtown New York there with Teresa, I wanted to stop around the post office to get some postage stamps, and I happened to see a sheet of the droids stamps, so I had to grab one of those.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of which, Joe, did my postcard get to you eventually?
No, I don't believe it did.
Oh, darn.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Very cool.
That is cool. Now I need more stamps.
I was just watching the Invitation game last night after getting these stamps, and that the device that they made,
The Enigma machine.
yeah, the Enigma machine. Is it true that Olympia made that? Have you guys heard that rumor? Or I don't know what the history is of the Enigma machine, but I heard that the people who made Olympia machines.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, there were 3 different major versions of the Enigma from when they first started, as they added wheels and increased the encryption over the years. And much like the US, they probably would have had different companies involved in building it. So yeah, I have no doubt Olympia was involved. They knew typewriters. I mean, it was a much different beast though, right, than a typewriter. But
yeah, had lights and everything. Yeah. Well, the one in the movie did.
I wouldn't be surprised if every typewriter maker in Germany wound up making an Enigma machine at some point.
Or at least making parts for the Enigma machine and then ship them to a central assembly. So no individual company would have the complete Enigma machine. That is possible. Would that be a possibility?
I'll take a look at my Enigma and see what it says inside.
No.
No, I'm just joking.
I was going to say there's no way.
John has everything.
It will be an Enigma.
Oh man.
Someone asked on Reddit how they can get their hands on one, and everyone's like, well, good luck. Go to a museum and look at one behind glass.
Break into a museum.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, yeah, they were so top secret for 50 years. I imagine that a lot of them during that time were destroyed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you go find yourself a sunken Nazi submarine, then you might find one intact, waterlogged a bit. But
yeah,
I'm surprised nobody's ever tried to sell a reproduction.
Oh,
because it's not that complicated. It's really simpler than a normal typewriter.
There are actually a lot, Joe.
Are they?
Having been a desire to have my own Enigma, there are some very high-end reproductions that guys do. I think the waiting list is over a year, but they'll do everything from the wood cases to the wiring to supplying you either the 4-wheel or the 5-wheel Enigmas, depending on the version you want.
Yeah.
And then there's a whole hobby group, subgroup on Reddit that has made their own Enigmas. So like there's nerds.
Right. Because the only complication mechanically is being able to index the wheel every time you type. So the keys have to operate on something that has to index it, right? Ratchet the wheels.
There's a great video on YouTube that some guy does, the full-on modern technology breakdown, look into the Enigma to show you how all the wheels trigger all of the keys trigger the wheels based on how they're set to trigger the light when you push it, so you know how to encode the message. I mean, it's simple, but it's very, very cool at the same time.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want one.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
If you find one, I'll trade you for a glass mailbox.
You've already traded that off for my desk. Sorry,
buddy. Yeah. Typing in code.
The code.
I guess if you really wanted to type in code and couldn't get your hands on an Enigma machine, you could get your hands on one of those Mahano toy typewriters that had a code mode in them.
Yeah, like the Barbie typewriter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that or probably its original Mahano variant is probably more easier to get your hands on some of these days.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I just jumped over to an Austrian virtual typewriter museum in northern Italy to check for the Enigma. So it's actually produced by Enigma and then the Wehrmacht, so the army. It doesn't say if any typewriter company was involved in that. So I think they were just ordered, as you said, probably produced some parts and then it was constructed somewhere else.
Yeah, it's just really the keys, right? It's just the keys that are typewriter related. Everything else underneath the hood.
Exactly. Yeah, I've got a picture here. Maybe I can I share the screen? No, not really. Yeah. Colby can let me know how that works. I can't figure it out. Yeah, well, I'll
Just don't do it
post
with multiple screens that are
I've
on the
got
other
two
side of the
screens,
room, and
so
you'll
it's
be
fine.
fine.
Just put the link in the
Well,
chat.
let's try this. Yeah, it's a virtual museum, so you have to know which kind of floor you have to go to and open it, and then you get the audio and the German part. But let's just try.
Oh, yeah.
How can I chat participant whiteboard? No, not really. Share screen. For some reason I can share my screen. It's in green.
Yeah.
Desktop 2. Let's try this. Okay. I think there's some kind of. Oh yeah, there we go.
Google says it was made by Erto Berg. So I don't know if that was a specific manufacturer or an evolution of a company.
How was that spelled?
ERTEL-WERK.
Then that probably was a specific company.
Would they have created a separate company or just been ordered to help produce this? Whoa. That's nice.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So yeah, so that was I think one of the earlier ones, and then one, yeah, that probably got waterlogged or something.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Mint condition.
Yeah.
Camouflaged.
Try to make this. No, it doesn't really get bigger if I open it up. Yeah. So, is there any other pictures? No.
Oh wow.
Not really.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
My.
Oh yeah. So you see it up there.
I'll be putting my hands up on the window, just staring in there all day.
Oh yeah.
Right. Put your nose print on the window.
It's the only military one they have, and the rest is
that's cool.
The whole
where is this?
Yeah. This is in northern Italy, but it is funded by Austria and Italy together. I can post the link. It's in German. You can auto translate the website. So if you end up at any kind of text, you can't listen to the audio if you don't speak German, but you can probably just translate the text and then you
Yeah, Dankeschön.
Yeah, you're welcome. So I tried to do this. Stop share. Yep. No. Am I still sharing? No. Okay.
Nope.
Thanks,
that was
Colby.
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the worst when you can't stop sharing.
Oh man.
Arthur Scherbius in 1918 invented it.
Okay.
German engineer.
Nice. Oh, it looks like maybe Ted is feeling a little better.
Ted's here.
Ed was sick too.
Yeah, he had the flu, right?
Oh, I don't hope him and Joe weren't like smooching or something like.
Gosh, I hope not.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, I noticed
Yeah.
your sweatshirt.
What's that?
I noticed your sweatshirt.
Oh yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
funny because I just got this in the mail about 3 days ago. My brother sent it to me.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's why
nice.
you were showing that. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
He thought I didn't have enough of the dead in my life, I guess. He sent me 3 of them.
I was trying to look around my office here for I made a couple paper versions of an Enigma machine, sort of functionally operating like it, but I needed to find him. So anyway, go out and talk and I'll try to locate him and show you.
Cool.
Ted, I have a quick question for you. Is there such a thing as a Corona 3 service manual?
Nope. Well, I'm
think so.
sure there is, but I've never
No one's found one.
Never seen one. Basically, anything pre-World War II is very difficult to find manuals for. I kind of get the impression that you were basically expected to learn from another repairman how to fix those things, and they didn't really have instruction manuals. Or at least based on what I been able to find, which is just nothing prior to World War II.
I've got one German general manual for typewriter repair people. So it was, I think it's publicly shared by, I mentioned it last time, typewriters.ch for Switzerland.
Oh yes, that's
and they have.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. 1 second, I'll share it here. Yes, share.
CH is Belgium, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
CH is Switzerland.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
sure. I think you have those in your references on the typewriter database. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I have that in the typewriter database file area. It's the Carl Tige one.
Yeah, Carl Tige. Yeah, exactly.
It's
so
in,
that's the one I learned from, but it's not specifically for Corona stuff like that. But it's general, pretty useful. And it helped a lot with my old typewriters. But yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
You do have to know German though.
Yeah, auto translate is pretty good nowadays. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I tried using, there's the Google Translate app, and it has a camera feature. And I tried using that on my Japanese thermal typewriter to try and figure out how to actually print with it. But no luck. I mean, it did great translating the keys, but it was not apparent how to put it on printing mode. So
yeah, seems to fall on its face when dealing with Japanese.
Yeah,
every single time.
Yeah.
We also have this one. Let's see. I think it's who did this one? It is. I think it's Fersen. H.C. Fersen made one in 1921, is what this one is. But unfortunately, the only one we have is the volume 2, which is the illustrations. And that's been scanned and uploaded, but we don't have volume 1, which is the actual text.
Oh.
So
are there illustrations of the Corona 3 in that?
No, they're all standard typewriters. Like the Royal and the Smith Premier and Remington Visible and Oliver, L.C. Smith.
Wow. Can you just make up your own text for it?
You could, I guess, but it's just, I mean, it's really just illustrations.
Yeah.
Illustrating what would have, what you would have had in the volume 1.
Yeah.
But I'm still looking for volume 1.
101 years old.
Yeah, as far as pre-war, those are pretty much it. I do know that there's one for the Hammond that was reprinted in the 70s, but I have not found a copy of it yet. But that's it.
Okay.
That's cool.
Darn 70s.
Well, there was, a time that a lot of antique collectors in the 70s and 80s, the early 80s, was a big time for a lot of republishing. And they were, of course, interested only in the antiques. They had no interest at all in things that were post-war. So they did a few reprints, but they were all very small runs and very, kind of self-published sort of things.
Well, now those are 50 years old, so we showed them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But
I'm counting 21 people in here. I think that's
close
to a record from when I've been in here.
We had early days. We had 26 one day, or
yeah. There was 1 or 2 times where we had an insane number of people. I think like 26. That's when I was like practically spamming the Facebook group, and so now I just rely on the momentum we've built. So
is there a limit on how many can join?
I want to say it's like 40 or 45 or something like that.
Okay.
With StreamYard, which is the software I started with, the
It's
limit
only
was 10 people.
Yeah, I
It's
remember
like,
that.
what?
That's not even right.
Yeah. So
Also, if you're into European typewriters and you can read Russian, there are a series of books from a guy named Belyashev Kravchenko, ranging from 1961 to 1981.
Wow.
But they're all in Russian.
Wow.
So if you want your
Speaking
Optimas
of,
and your Colibris and stuff
yeah.
like that, it's all in Russian.
Speaking of
Oh,
repairing, of typewriter repair in the early 80s, does anybody know where I could get a copy of a service manual for the Triumph Adler Satellite 2? Or I have it in the Royal name, which you probably saw me typing on earlier, but it needs some work. Mostly I need to be able to get its platen out, which I cannot seem to figure out how to do.
Let's see.
Hold on.
Adler. Which model did you say?
Well, this one over right here. Satellite 2. The problem that this machine has, and the reason that I need to get it fixed, is that this machine, something's wrong with the rollers. It doesn't hold on to paper at all. You put a piece of paper in this thing, you can pull it right through with it clamped down, and the rollers won't even turn.
Oh, wow.
So I've actually wrapped some plastic around the pinch rollers down here, some like packing tape, and put extra tension on the paper bale just to get it to sort of work. But I really want it to work because these are some of the best keys I've seen on any electric typewriter ever. And it types really nicely. I would be typing on it right now if my ribbon hadn't run out in the middle of the call.
No, I've got ones for the SE 1000, 5000 series. But I think that's a different machine.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
We're up to
somehow I'll
people
get that
now.
thing fixed.
Yeah, good luck on that.
Yeah, I've been gaining a new appreciation for the daisy wheel machines recently.
Excellent. I have to say I love them actually. It reminds me of my first typewriter, and I love the fact that I can so easily change the type. So
the first typewriter I ever typed on was my mother's daisy wheel, which I actually do have, which is a Smith Corona.
Cool.
Smith Corona SD 870.
Is that
which
one
actually
of the?
Maybe
Is that one of the gray beasts?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, that was my first typewriter as well, the Gray Beast daisy wheel.
Yeah.
A lot lighter than the Selectric though, and you still get to change typefaces. Plus, I like the memory, like when you want to correct a word, you can just hit word correct.
Word correct, yeah.
That was so convenient, it's like the cross, between the computer and the typewriter, those daisy wheels, and mine had a little LCD screen so you could type a line and then hit enter before it prints. So that was really nice too. I like that. Can you hear my laundry? Like is Zoom muting out my laundry?
It's muting it out.
It's fine.
Okay.
Zoom is
I can't hear you over
wonderful
the
that way.
laundry. What were you saying?
I need to do laundry, but I want to talk as well. So I'm using the Zoom magic and hopefully it works.
Yeah, it does.
Good. All right.
Oh, there it is. Let's see. Let me zoom in on it.
Let me plug it in quick. Yeah, that Royal, I started typing on that. That has really nice, I think they're actually cherry key switches in it. That Royal.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
This one has different key switches in it, but let me It's turning on. No, and automatic paper feed.
Nice.
Yeah, I
But
like
yeah,
those, yeah.
I find it interesting. The keys in this one are Smith Corona's leaf springs, which are really nice when they're clean.
Oh.
But I have heard computer keyboard enthusiasts who get bad ones of these call them the worst switches ever made.
Oh.
I once saw one Dutchman go on a 3-minute swearing rant about how much he hated them. These are
Wasn't
nice
me.
and clean. But yeah, I prefer the switches on the Royal to these, although these are pretty nice, but can't exactly type on that thing until I get another cartridge. So
yeah.
So the Royal's probably a Nakajima, right? I'm guessing.
It's a Triumph Adler.
Oh, Triumph Adler. Okay.
Yeah, that's the reason why I gave the Triumph Adler name to Mr. Monk, because they are exactly the same.
Oh, okay.
Matter of fact, I think TA owned Royal at the time. I could be wrong. But anyway,
Olympia was on the Kajima, if I remember. No.
What was that, Christoph?
The Olympia was on the Kajima, if I remember.
Oh yeah.
With one.
Okay, someone has music playing.
Interfering. It's not me.
Christoph is listening to some nice beats.
Yeah, I had to mute it just because I'm afraid of copyright. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Christoph, I had to mute you for the music. Yeah.
He can't hear you because of the music.
I know.
Okay, so here's a little diversion. This is, maybe Sean might be interested in this, but this is basically a paper version of essentially what's like an Enigma machine using rotors. And instead of rotors, I'm using strips of paper, right? And the way it works, I built a set of these back in the 80s, right? And the way it basically works is each strip is wired. So you have numbers and then the same number somewhere else. You start with a letter up here, you find the number, you find the same number, and you follow those numbers through to the finished letter here, and that's the encryption. And after every single letter, you push the slide one letter over, right? Wow. And then it changes the wiring, and that's essentially how the Enigma worked, right? And then if you go all 26 positions on the top one, then you recycle it and move this one down like an odometer, right? A carryover. It's basically a paper version of how one of those rotor machines worked. And then I built a simpler method out of just index cards and little strips of paper like that. And this one uses just numbers. So you have to convert your plain text message to numbers, like A equals 1, B equals 2. And then it's the same way. You just use a rotor system and follow it down to encode it. And you move it every time between every letter, you move it. So it's polyalphabetic, it gets a different result for every number. It's basically a paper and pencil version of the Enigma machine. Those are kind of fun.
That is cool.
Silly Germans building a whole machine to do what Joe could do with a sheet of paper.
Well, yeah, except I wasn't being shot at when I was doing that. So,
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to conquer the world. Anyways.
So you have to make 2 of those, right? If you
I had to make 2 of them. Yeah, one for the sender, one for for your undersea boats, your U-boats, and everybody has to have one, right? So,
Joe, maybe you could translate a message for us.
Oh yeah,
with your encryption. Maybe the following I suggest sentence: "There is no Santa Claus."
There is no Santa Claus. That's right. Exactly. So we'll send it to May.
I like drink your Ovaltine.
You know what? I know for a fact that there's a Santa Claus. see him every week.
Well, I heard on the grapevine, just for any of the kids watching, that the real Santa is training up several assistants. And he has written a letter to Joe Van Cleve saying, Joe, listen, if your hair just turns a little bit whiter, you'll be a perfect Santa Claus.
Yeah, I'll be a perfect Santa Claus. That's right.
I think Ted has a head start on that.
Yeah, I
There
think
you
Ted
go.
is there
Santa
already.
monk.
Santa monk. That's right.
So if we have a Christmas special, you two guys could wear Santa suits and nobody would know the difference, really.
Good idea.
It's a compliment.
No.
Santa and the typewriter elves.
That's right.
Good name for a
The typewriter-
band.
The typewriter elves.
And the monkeys.
So Joe, back to the paper version. Wouldn't that have been a great solution at the time for saving weight on a U-boat to create something like that rather than bringing the extra
Yeah, I
machine?
mean, it would have been, except it's
gets
more error prone and it's slower to use because every time you want to, like the way the Enigma worked is you pressed a key down and a light bulb lit up another letter on a board, and so the radio operator could just, he could literally probably Morse code that while he's typing it, right? Where this one you have to, follow the numbers down through the thing to get your first character and then move it and then do the next one, right? It's just a lot slower. But yeah, it is a lot less mechanical and a lot more rugged. And yeah, you could keep it with you, like, in a soldier's pouch or whatever, right? Like the radio operator or whatever. Yeah, maybe there was a way they could have done it, perhaps. Make it less mechanical.
We had what were called CEOIs, which were little books. I don't know if anybody's familiar, the Army's method for kind of encrypting. And it was a book with a number of pages, and based upon whatever your ops order said or whatever page you're supposed to use to decrypt something or encrypt it, that's the page you would turn to and use that coding. And
that's a one-time pad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could change the page and you go back and forth, and it's really about which page are you choosing. We called them CEOIs, I think, communications, electronics, operating instructions, maybe. I haven't seen one in a while, but we used to have to keep those, the headquarters used to have them, and people that would communicate.
Yeah, one-time pads really work pretty good for security, except in a real war, if you can't keep the pad secure, like if a guy gets captured with his one-time pads, then the enemy has the pads, right?
Yeah.
And also, you can't distribute new pads very easily in war if, because of the way borders change and the front line changes. It's difficult to keep issuing new pads. And if you look upon how the volume of message traffic that occurred like during World War II, it's just impractical to have that many one-time pads for every message. That's why one-time pads were usually used at high levels, like diplomatic level, things like that, where the volume wasn't as high, but the secrecy was really needed to be secure, right?
Yeah, I think if you got captured, you had to eat the paper, right?
You had to eat the paper, yeah.
And then have to wait a day or two.
Yeah, well, even the Soviet spies in America during the Cold War, a lot of them used one-time pads, little microfilm kind of pads in a little miniature book, right? And but even then, the numbers weren't totally random. They had people back in Russia typing numbers on a typewriter to try to make random number lists, and they weren't really truly random. Plus, they actually ended up reusing a lot of these lists, as the FBI found out, and they were able to decrypt a lot of these messages over the years. Because of that, they were reusing their one-time pads.
Wow.
Yeah.
Before computers.
Yeah, before computers. Well, even now, one-time pad is the most secure form of communication. It's just, you have to keep the pad secure. So.
Yeah. Secure items.
And you can even use you can pick a book like the Bible and use that as a one-time pad.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
to say page this and
right
section this, and that's your beginning of your encryption.
I think they actually mentioned that in the imitation game. The Soviets were doing that through spy work.
Yeah.
Nice.
Or they would have some kind of a trade publication with a bunch of columns of figures, and they would use that book as a one-time pad. Same thing, right? Or you could even use a phone book, right? And although it's not quite as secure because every phone number will have maybe the same prefix or whatever, but yeah, any kind of a large book of data that you can get multiple copies, identical copies of, you can turn into a key for encryption.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Exactly.
Big.
Yeah.
Do they still sell those?
No, I think it's strictly online now.
It's all online, I think.
That's what I kind of think. I didn't know if somebody still wanted to go analog.
I'm sure some people are still publishing.
Rich, you want to buy a set? I have a 1963
I've got the 1984. Oh wow.
Yeah,
my brother
Sure, you can find them. Yeah.
Yeah, we have. I think my mom still has the ones we grew up with. The adult version and the kid version. They bought each of those. And how obsolete those are today, because even if you could use them, the information is probably somewhat old.
Well, the World Book Encyclopedia, every year you could get an annual update with new topics and any sort of, new information. So
what was an update? Did you insert new pages? They just
no,
replaced the
it's a
volume?
whole book. It's a whole
Really?
extra
Wow.
volume. In 1984, my 12-year-old Christmas present was a whole set of World Book encyclopedias, which I actually enjoyed, and I read. I'm kind of a nerd,
like a
so I
dozen
actually
books,
sat
right?
and read encyclopedia volumes. But every year, my dad would get the new update, the annual update with new topics. And I remember when HIV and AIDS came out, there was a whole, update on that, and just new stuff that happens, or any sort of editing that needed to be done with the articles. It was kind of neat. My parents still have it.
Those
And
were
I'm
big
probably going
volume.
to-
I mean, like
I'll end up inheriting it, I'm sure, someday.
how many books was that?
Oh gosh, I don't remember. There's probably I think he got about 10 or 12
Yeah.
yearly annuals, and then stopped after we grew up and moved out, left home. But
Hey,
encyclopedias are all
I
still there at my parents' house.
enjoyed your dad's comment that he talked about his military background.
Oh yeah, military background. Yeah,
That
that's the only
was-
reason why I exist today, is because of war.
Well, the way he
Had there not
described
been
it,
a
yeah.
war, my parents would have never met, and I wouldn't be here. So it's kind of a
He flew in Vietnam.
yes. He's a navigator for C-130s
Yeah.
in Vietnam, and mostly war never had very many good stories. And so for the longest time, he didn't like to talk about it. But as he's gotten older, he's told us some of the atrocities he's seen and things like that. So we like peacetime better, of course.
It is a C-130.
Oh, cool. Yeah. And then he ended up stationing here in Arkansas to be an instructor for navigators of C-130. So he became a teacher. And that's
You said it in Arkansas?
and yeah, Little Rock Air Force Base. He was one of the very few that had been stationed here for many, many years. We were stationed here in the late 70s, and he ended up retiring here just because his job, this is Little Rock's a big C-130 training base. And so because of his instructor position, he was one of the rare people that never got moved around to different bases, as so many military people do. So
They learned to like Arkansas, I guess.
yeah, luckily we stayed until he retired, so I didn't have to jump around too much.
I jumped out of C-130s.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wonder if he was
paratroopers. Yeah, he released paratroopers, equipment, that's parachuted out to people on the ground, and then
Rich, why would you jump out of a perfectly good aircraft?
right.
Have you ever been able to show me a perfectly good aircraft?
No, that's fair. That's fair.
That was exactly what I was going to say.
What's that thing I just saw? It said that that optimists are necessary to build airplanes, but pessimists are necessary to invent parachutes.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Totally true. That's
Hey, Larry, did you build that?
Did I build what?
With that thing you were holding, was that a model or was that just a?
Oh, no. It's a license plate.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. So I try to hold it in front of the thing right there, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Elizabeth
Nice.
City. Wow.
Yeah.
You know, there's a C-130 training squadron out here on Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, and I see them flying around the city a lot, doing their training.
Yeah, I've been out of Little Rock, and that's where they do our training for our Coast Guard crews too.
Yeah.
Those things are like bumblebees. They don't look like they should fly.
They're one of the
They're so-
best aircraft there are, though.
They're so big, yeah.
I mean, they
Larry,
last-
was that an official plate at one point? That background, or was it just a tourist thing?
This, I think, is a front end plane.
No, you know what? This actually, I gotta hold it in front of the camera, right? See, this is $4.98 on it. I found it at the thrift store.
Ah.
And I'm like, well, but we're a Coast Guard town, so it's not surprising I found it there, but I never even saw it in our exchange. And I'm like, wow, that's cool.
That is cool.
Looks like
Except
it's been produced on a machine that makes official ones.
Yeah, oh yeah. And the only drawback is I took it to my car and I looked at my front bumper and they didn't put any holes in my front bumper. We don't have front plates here in North Carolina. And so I don't know how to put it on my car yet. So
Real.
Oh well.
Well, the car isn't made in North Carolina. It should have the option to, right?
No, well, I bet you the dealer will put it on, you know, when you bought it, if it was to Virginia, let's say, because we're near Virginia. Well, I don't know if they have front plates either. They might.
We're the same here. Yeah.
But anyway,
Oregon.
but they probably make a way to put it on there, but I need to talk to them. I'm not gonna just drill holes in my bumper. I mean, you know, it needs what? It's right behind. You can see it behind me, doesn't it? It needs wash. You can see the mirrors got bugs all over it, but I'm not gonna drill a hole in the bumper. It's a 2019. You know, it's a good car.
Yeah, probably not a good idea to do that.
Wait till next
I
year.
kind of love that you're just sitting next to your car in the garage. And this is my car. The rest of us are like, this is my typewriter. This is my washing board.
We like sitting around machines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
you have as many cars as?
I'm surprised Honda didn't make typewriters. They should. They make everything else really well.
Yeah. Why don't you suggest it to them?
I know. I was actually thinking about that. I thought, you know, probably for $10,000 they could make a really nice one. And there would
can't
be
even
like
make license
probably
plate holes.
100 people buy it even, you know?
Yeah, they'd maybe almost not break even at all on that.
Yeah.
Now I was noticing something on Colby's shelf there. Is that a stereo camera?
It is, yes.
Is that the one that has
gunked
the...
up. I was going to bring it with us to Utah to take photos. It actually has film in it, I think, but the mechanism's gunked up here. I took it apart, but it's inside here. It just won't take any photos. But
bummer.
I like it. Yeah, I've got two of them, in fact.
They take 3D pictures. Is that what they're for?
Yeah, it would take two images at the same time on a roll of 35 millimeter, and then you would match up that image in both of them, and you can put them in a viewer to make it 3D.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah,
it's like a robot.
Oh, wow.
And it has a little bubble here in the middle to make sure it's absolutely parallel to the ground.
Well,
Have
you
you shot
know,
it?
if that was Joe's, he'd have figured out a way to do this zoom with that.
Yeah, I've got the famous Nishika 3D camera. The N8000. Yeah, it's got 4 lenses, so it'll take 4 half-frame 35 millimeter at a time.
Wow.
And what I do is I develop the film and turn them into like animated GIFs that kind of go back and forth.
Yeah, you did that on your blog.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So that's kind of a
4.
fun machine.
Wow.
But I got a couple of these, and I've got there's a Nimslo that makes the same thing, except it's a little smaller with 4 lenses on it. And I went through a 3D camera phase for a while. But man,
So, Ted,
developing the film and turning it into You know,
when those first came out, Ted, weren't they not set up for making those lenticular 3D prints?
You could send them in all the way up to, I think the late 90s, you could still send them in and get the lenticular prints made from them. But they only used 2 of the frames for that.
Right.
So
here now, I can do 4 too. There we go.
Mhm.
All right, everyone, hold still.
Actually, I had a fun little project. If you ever see these little 3D phone case things, you do like 3D with your phone.
Yep.
You can actually use them because it's just 2 lenses stuck into a thing.
Yeah.
And you can make a 3D picture.
Cool.
That's Bill
and put it in there, and you can actually see it in 3D. And that's my typewriter guy right there.
All right.
That's cool. I have the old fashioned version from like the 1960s or 70s. I found this 3D book at a thrift store. And you basically put this thing over the image and you can, it's old school looking at 3D images. It was for science, for like geologic, pictures, satellite
This
pictures.
is filming it.
I found a modern one of those at the thrift store, and I brought it home, and I found out it didn't work with an iPhone. It works with the Android. And so I'm like, in fact, I think I gave it to Diane, if I remember right. But now Apple says they're going to come out with one, and I'm thinking, why? But maybe they're going to come out with something fancier or something. I don't know, because it's amazing they're so late to that party,
Well, these were, I think for the past 10 years, they've been making these cheapy viewers for your different kinds of phones. Like each one has a different size thing in it for a different kind of phone. But you can see it, you'll see them at thrift stores. They're like a whole pile of them on the electronics shelf. And they're usually about $1 or, $2 or $3. And they make great stereo viewers if you just want to make your own stereo pictures and put them in there.
So now that one you can put a phone in too, right?
It's built for putting a phone in it. So
right. So
like it's got this area here, you stick the phone in and clip it in. But it has little holes for light, so you can actually shine a light in there and see what's on there if you just print it on paper, and it works perfectly well. So if you want a cheap set of 3D, viewers, you can just get one of them, and they work great.
I like that.
Like the Viewmasters.
I want it back, Diane.
You what?
I want it back now. I'm just kidding.
Well, you can send me your address. I'll send it back. It's still
probably be cheaper just go to
I don't know what to do with it, to be honest.
I didn't either. That's what, and I thought, well, maybe, you said you might like it, so I sent it. I didn't know. I couldn't use it because my phone doesn't work in it.
And
Rich, I want to show you this, Rich. Like how do I hold it up here? You said you jumped out of 130s. Well, I didn't do that, but I jumped out of helicopters, and I'm on the front of the New York Times in this one.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
So I know. I looked out.
Are you air walking right there?
I'm walking. I am out the door right there.
Like, where's the step?
We were just doing drills there.
How high was that?
We had to jump out regularly for stuff.
Okay. How high was that?
I'm gonna
High
say
enough.
probably 50 feet or something. I don't know.
Really? With the rope.
I mean, the pilot would have known. He's sitting there. I can see his helmet. He's sitting there looking at me. So, yeah, I don't know how high we were. He just said jump.
Into water, or did you use a rope to go down? Did you rappel?
No, that was in the Atlantic Ocean off of Rockaway.
Oh, I see. That's pretty high for the water.
Well, yeah, I mean, in California, we used to jump off. They had 65 and they had lower ones for people that were learning, and then 65 and 100, I think it was the highest we got. But we just, I wasn't a diver like that, but you just jump in and you got to hold your arms straight down to your sides or put them straight over your head, because if you put them anywhere in between, you're going to pay for it. It's gonna hurt, but you got to go in feet first or head first and break the water. Otherwise it's like concrete when you jump that high.
Yeah, I was thinking you said meters. You said feet. Yeah.
Feet, yeah. It's not that high.
Larry, do you have a nice print of that photo?
Well,
Where's
it's
that
out in
from?
the newspaper.
Which newspaper?
Is it the New York Times?
Usually a large newspaper would like that would allow you to order a print from their
Oh, they probably
archives.
would. This was this was August of '87.
It could be there. I don't know if you've looked
Yeah.
into it, but you might be able to get a nice print for your wall of that photo.
Yeah, and I got the guy who wrote to Chester Higgins Jr. took the picture. He was
Oh,
on.
there you go. Maybe
was
he's still
on,
around.
Yeah, he was on the helicopter with us. Yeah, he probably retired, just like me. But yeah. Yeah.
They say the damage is done when you jump that high or higher, like at the 60 meters. What I was thinking of is it's not so much from slapping the top. It's from when you hit the water, your body starts to slow down, but your upper body outside the water hasn't started slowing down yet. So there's a great compression that goes on, and that's what ruins lots of parts of your body when you.
So is that why my discs in my neck and my back are messed up and all that?
Well,
I thought I was just wearing that helmet all the time, because when you wear the helmet all the time, God, I mean,
I thought it was the weight from those star glasses.
I was surfing. I always tell this story. I was surfing in Hawaii, and I was surfing in Hawaii with my friends because I was stationed in Hawaii, and that's how I ended up hurting my neck. And what it was is we only had one surfboard, and there were three of it. Well, no, I'm just take that back. We had two surfboards. One of them was my surfboard, but we were sharing it because there were three of us. So anyway, I was sitting on the top of the bleachers out on the Kaneohe Marine Corps Air Base, and they have bleachers on the beach because you could have volleyball games and parties and stuff. Well, so I was sitting on the top seat of the bleachers, and there wasn't hardly anybody out there, but my friends were out there surfing while I was sitting on the bleachers, and I was bored and I fell asleep, and I fell off the end of the bleachers on my head.
Oh, no.
So that's how I injured my neck, not actually surfing.
That explains a lot.
Anyway, but the military covered that because I was in the Coast Guard. So anyway,
good landing.
It sounds good up to the point where you fell asleep on the bleachers, but oh well. Yeah, I woke up all of a sudden and they were laughing at me because they saw me fall, and I'm laying on my side like, wow, what happened?
Well, that's just Larry.
Oh,
that's funny, Larry.
It was funny, but I went to the doctor right away, and I messed, and they said they wanted to do surgery. They said I'd be back. Well, they actually several years later they wanted to do surgery, and I said no, and they said you'll be back. And so far I haven't been, and it bugs me sometimes because the discs are messed up. But anyway,
that's one of those things that is really not funny when it happens, and you have to be some distance from it before you can chuckle at it.
Yeah, it hurt. But anyway, I got friends that had their neck bones fused, and some of them came out better and some of them didn't, and so it's a big decision to want to get operated on your spine.
Yeah, I've known people like that from jumping.
Oh yeah, oh my God. Yeah, my ex-father-in-law was involved in a 3-man jump where they got tangled, and one of them got hurt really bad, and they just walked out of it.
yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Gregory, that's a beautiful machine you're using right now.
Oh, thank you. On the screen it looks orange, but it's actually my Santa typer. It's red and white. So, and it's the Eunice as opposed to the Olympia Traveler Deluxe. But it types wonderfully, but it is quartz. So
yeah, I was going to ask, are you used to that yet, or?
Well, I've made several typos on it on here so far.
I can't do a QWERTY either.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Right? Yeah.
It works beautifully though. I love it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
What year is it?
Early 70s. I don't know that there's a specific date for it in the typewriter database. And this morning I was going to double check, and I was trying to find the serial number, and I couldn't find the serial number. Oh,
I got super excited with my Corona 3. I missed a number, and I really thought I had one from 1912. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like one of the first 2000 produced. And then I saw the extra 7 at the end. I'm like, oh.
Hey, Gregory, on that kind of typewriter, you can just pull the key top right off of the the metal part. If you just give it a good pull, you pull it and just switch the Y and the Z around.
That'll work.
Yeah, that'll work.
Be a Sharpie.
Yeah, I love it though. Of course, I'm still on the lookout for the orange with white trim, the creamsicle, if you will.
You'll get used to the quirks. It may take a few years, but you'll get used to it.
I've gotten better actually, but I'm admittedly in my typing, I'm kind of distracted right now because I'm typing and then I'm trying to monitor the meeting at the same time. And so, my mind switches back into QWERTY mode. So, but at the beginning I was doing really well. And then then it all went to hell.
Well, anytime you type a letter, all you have to do is put Z equals Y at the top. And then
there you go. Yeah.
Code.
Then you don't have to worry about it.
do you actually get used to it? Because I would think that once you got used to it and you switched to a different machine, you would have a different habit. Because if you went to a machine that went back to using QWERTY.
Yeah, so I've got a lot of both, and I was like Gregory was at the beginning, is it was really hard, and I don't know why. My brain is saying one thing, but my hands do something else, and I can't seem to connect them there. But eventually, I got used to doing that, and then I'd go to a QWERTY, and it would have to readjust again, and then going back and forth became the problem. Not so much that it was just an inherently a quirks, but the fact that it was different. I'd have to go, and you even do that. In fact, you probably have this experience when you have a typewriter with the backspace on the left versus a backspace on the right, and you use one for a period of time and switch, you're automatically going to go back to where you think the backspace is supposed to be, and it ain't. And so that's kind of the same thing.
It's even more frustrating for me. I'll move back to my computer and have trouble finding where the comma is or something. I'm like, I've been using this keyboard all my life. What happened now?
Yeah, that's different too. But the other thing I find about the German machines is I don't mind the QWERTY so much like I used to, but the fact that umlauts take up a key, and I would have thought it'd be easier just to have an umlaut key instead of wasting 3 keys with an umlaut, so you could have used that for an @ symbol or something like that, or maybe even a number 1, or you could think of, half a dozen keys, which would be better than that. But that's really, to me, the bigger drawback, unless you want to type something in German, which I don't because I don't speak it anymore.
I have the same problem. I'm sure everyone here has a similar problem with that. When you switch machines, you got a new keyboard you got to remember how to use, and you got to switch in your brain how to use it.
Yeah, because I go back and forth between electrics and manuals, and some of those symbols are not automatic to me on a manual typewriter, because the electrics are so much like computers, which I'm used to.
I'll be using a machine and I'm like, oh great, this is my perfect opportunity to use the 1/2 or 1/4 and realize that I switched machines and it's on the other machine. I'm like, oh jeez. And then I'm on that
go
machine.
Back and retype the whole thing so you can use the quarter symbol, right?
Right.
And I have so many that the carriage release and the paper release lever, I mix them around, and then with the Hermes you mix the margin release up, so you're like hitting the wrong button, and then all of a sudden it's going zip, or the carriage is going over, and you're like, oh, that ain't it.
I've used a backspace on the wrong machine and ended up hitting the tab, and I've do that several times. You know, things zips along. And you're not really expecting it to do that.
I did that on this one.
Yeah, you have to kind of get used to the machine in your head.
Yeah.
On my computer keyboard, I have been known to hit the period key whenever I had the shift on, because I was expecting it to still do a period. And here it does a greater than symbol. It's like, dang it.
Wow.
Yeah,
a weird place.
the hard one.
Oh yeah.
See, the hard one for me was I was typing on that Royal Satellite 2 all week, and also been playing around with a computer, a TI-99 computer from the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
And that thing's keyboard is so different that I was making constant typos on everything, no matter what I was typing.
I have a TI-99 4A, so.
Yep, that's the one. Yep, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because I think backspace is, well, in order to go back, you got to hit the I think it's function S, I believe.
I don't recall.
I'm not in front of it, but I think it's function S is back, and then every key has like 2 or 3 things it does. So,
Colby, talking about getting confused, I used the Dvorak key map on my computer for over 10 years before I got interested in typewriters. Talk about getting confused.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Are those the little fingers that you paste on, or you attach to the front of your typewriter to be able to see where your hands go? Is that what you're talking about?
No, what I did on for the Dvorak is that we learned that the US Dvorak was programmed into the keyboard languages in Windows 98. And so I bought a cheap keyboard, took it to pieces, reconfigured all the key tops to the Dvorak key map, and used that for close to 10 years.
Yeah.
Guess I'm not too familiar with Dvorak.
That's what people have told me, that it's faster, but did you think it was faster?
Well, for me, when I switched from the Shoals key map to Dvorak, my word per minute count went from 10 to 45 in 2 weeks.
Wow.
So for me, it made a huge difference.
Yeah.
I've heard it very much depends on the person whether or not it actually makes any difference.
The Shoals key map is very left-hand bias. So if you are left-handed, you'll find that you're quite often a faster typer than a right-handed person.
Interesting. Sean likes that.
Explains a lot about this group.
Whereas the Dvorak key map is totally neutral, because each hand does the same amount of work. And when you're typing, it's almost a left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right rhythm. Whereas on a Shoals key map, you can left, 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 right, right, left, 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 right, right. And so you're much more heavily left-hand bias on a Shoals key map.
Left-handed people need all the advantages they can get because we live in a right-handed person's world and we're tired of it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you can see this.
That ain't right.
But
let me zoom
that
in.
is the Dvorak key map.
Oh wow.
Notice all the vowels are under your left hand. You don't have to go searching for them. All the most commonly used consonants are under your right hand.
So we're lucky we get to say QWERTY when we're referring to keyboards, but this one would be Pifgukor.
Or just call it Dvorak.
Yeah.
Need an Enigma machine.
Has anybody here tried Colmac?
No.
Carlos. Carlos uses Colmac.
Does he?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
But he's not here right now.
Yeah.
We had a long discussion on key maps on the Titan Talk about a month ago or so.
Oh, okay.
Very interesting subjects came up, and as to why the different keyboards were put together the way they were.
Yeah.
And if you look at a lot of the very early typewriters, like the Minions and the Licks, they all had different key maps. There was no standard back then. It wasn't until Scholes and Latham came up with the QWERTY board that became the standard.
Oh, it wasn't until Remington started producing them that became a standard.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
It'd just been Scholes and Glidden, they would have been part of this, you know, the ash heap of history, just like everybody else.
I have an old Apple IIc computer that's got a little switch on it that switches to Dvorak keyboard. But I don't know if you can switch the key cap. I never tried it, but I guess you can switch the keycaps on it. But it was built into it.
I have to look at mine.
Yeah, and I thought it was strange that that
keyboard on the
switch.
top.
Yeah, I thought it's strange that that switch is like really, really right out front. Like it would be something you'd hit often, which.
Yeah. Well, it's recessed, so you kind of have to really push down into it.
What machine is this on?
An Apple IIc.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
1985 or something.
That's a nice stereo, Diane.
Did a cat knock over your camera there?
No, I have one of these things that you slide over to cover the camera, the laptop camera. So anyway, yeah, this is a stereo. It's an
80s?
At least. Maybe a little older, I'm not sure. It's got
the 8-track.
It has.
It is an 8-track.
It has
okay.
8-track,
So
it has
70s.
cassette, it has AM, FM, it has a record player on top.
Wow.
I have the speakers, but they're in the basement. This didn't get moved in till recently, but it was in the garage, so.
To work?
Do speakers attach to the sides? Is it a boombox?
They don't attach to the sides. They attach down here,
Oh, I see. Yeah.
RCA.
I guess.
Yeah, it looks like late 70s, early 80s.
So anyway.
I don't know if anything in the 80s had 8 tracks. That would be
Probably not.
Yeah, they would. Usually it's the early 80s that has both cassette and 8-track.
Yeah.
Depending on when the cassette takes tape.
Because of the cassette, yeah. Interesting. Have you used
my Blu-ray still plays CDs, so I would assume that they produced there's a transition between
Yeah, 8-tracks lasted a lot longer than they really should have.
Have I tried it? No, but I need to go downstairs and bring up one of the speakers and just plug it in, and there, it's like I turned it on, the lights come on. It kind of made a noise of some sort. I'm not sure what that's all about.
Well, that's hopeful.
Yeah.
No,
not
it's
when you
really
don't have
not,
speakers
because,
attached to it.
because when the speakers aren't attached to it, it shouldn't be making noise.
Yeah, noise means capacitors blowing.
Oh, is that what that means?
So that smoke too?
No.
Magic smoke.
No.
There you go.
Is that the button there?
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Yeah.
Wow. Cool.
Oh, cool.
I had no clue.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
I haven't used this thing in a long time either. I knew it had the 8040, but I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
That's an old Apple product there, Larry.
Yep.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
mine's up in the
got
attic.
my old computer still. I got all of them.
And most of mine too.
Yeah, I mean, you never know when you want to need one, yeah. Or know when you'll need it.
Probably never.
I haven't used this in pretty long, but I still use my old Mac. So, but even my Mac Plus and my 128, and I still, and I have now where I got a micro SD card that I can plug in for the hard drive. So it's like you can put like all of your Mac computers, all the old Mac computers, the classic operating system, you can put them all on the SD card and have all your old programs. It's pretty cool.
Wow.
I need to get one of those.
Amazing. Yeah. I can't think of what the name of the, I'll I'll go look at the name of it and tell you what it is that I got. That's great.
Well, I went to the chat and I went down to my keyboard here to tell everyone I'm signing off. I don't think that will
Colby?
transfer.
You didn't get the message.
Hey, Colby, is that a new machine for you?
This one, no, this is my Royal HH with a 16-inch carriage. My main machine for the day,
Oh,
or for actually the month. I've been using this every day. It's usually down in the kitchen.
oh, okay.
Well, if you move the camera so we can see what you typed, then we'll know that you're signing off.
I don't know. I was like, okay, see you guys.
Love you. Bye.
Hey, look, it just
See you,
printed out
man.
on my typewriter.
Who needs an Enigma machine?
All right, everybody. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya, man.
Colby.
Brenda,
I
is
have
that
to go in a minute also, but I wanted to show you guys something, especially Sean. I wanted to show you something. So, as some of you know, I've been trying to figure out like how to combine typewriters and clay, and I don't do the kind of clay that you make a typewriter out of clay and stuff. But contrary to popular request, and I also don't do this kind of stuff on in clay, but I'm going to just for Sean. I was at the clay supply place, and I found myself reading about transfers, which I don't do, but like it's a way to get an image. It's like silk screening basically onto clay, and that's not the kind of clay stuff that I do, but then I was walking around getting some stuff, and then I went by their sale rack, and they had some of these silkscreen transfers that were 40% off. And I don't know if you can see, it's got the Eiffel Tower, it's got the bicycle, and some of you will notice.
Oh, Speedline Corona.
There you go.
Right? It's not just any typewriter. It's actually a typewriter that I love dearly, and it even says Miss Corona on
That's
there.
super awesome.
Now, is it a clipper, sterling, or a silent?
It doesn't say, so I'm going to say.
Check for a tab.
Look for tab key and the number of rollers on the bail.
Check the
It
serial
has a
number.
tab, and it has the little fingers. It doesn't have a bail, it just has the fingers.
Okay. So likely sterling then.
Do you think it's a sterling? Okay.
Most
I'll
likely.
go with that.
Yeah.
I have one. I
It
have
is
one just
whatever
like
you
that,
want it to be, Care.
I'll call it a sterling then. So these are the things. You have to cut the thing out.
So how do they actually work? Do you make them wet and then put them on dried clay or wet clay, or?
You use like a piece of bisque clay, and I mean a piece that you've bisqued, and like I don't know if you can see this. This is the typewriter one.
Yeah.
So you cut this out, and it is actually a little silk screen.
Oh.
So you dampen the clay. I've just been reading this. You set that on there, and you make a mix of a silkscreen medium with glaze, and then you sort of squeegee it on there, and then you peel this off, and then you have a little typewriter, and then you put clear glaze over it and fire it, and voila, I guess. We'll find out.
There you go.
Really good.
Yeah.
And I
Typewriters
actually
and clay.
have some like little dishes on white clay that I made that I'm gonna try it on, and we'll see if it works out. I'll have a raffle. You guys can bid, and we'll donate it to
Super
the
interested to see the results.
typewriter database.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
They can sell coffee mugs.
Yeah, see, I don't do mugs, but I can do little bowls or something. Anyway, I just wanted Sean to know that I'm still working on the typewriter clay integration project.
Make some coasters.
Coasters I could do.
Coasters, yeah. Bad ashtrays, floppy ashtrays like we did in school.
Bad ashtrays, yes, I could do bad ashtrays.
I do have an idea now though. So, like if you wanted to make an actual typewriter on clay on a spinning wheel, you can't because typewriters are square. Spinners go around in circles, so there's no way to actually do that with your hands unless you're super amazing. So
I don't
why
work
not
on them. Yeah.
just make a round typewriter? Like all of the features of a square typewriter, keys, platinum and all that, except it'd be round. So it'd sort of be like a Salvador Dali-ish type thing. It'd be round, but your keys would all sort of be around the front. And then
No,
the
it's that
platinum on the
Hanson
back.
writing ball.
That a blickentrooper.
No, it's the
Have-
Hanson writing ball.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
that was the first thing that came to mind as soon as you said.
But not, I don't mean that kind of round, because you need it to be open so you can stick it in your mouth and drink your coffee. You don't want to put a bunch of type bars in your mouth. Or
Some of us do.
oh, and yeah, fair enough.
Helps you concentrate.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration, Sean, because you just want me to reinvent the physical universe, basically.
I think you can go. I think you can be like Elon Musk, but for clay typewriter market. Like it's never been.
Then just go out to my studio and blow it up. Is that what you're saying?
Corner of the market.
Maybe later.
All righty. Well, I just wanted to share that with y'all.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice to see.
I wanted to show you guys this floppy emu thing that you use for old Macs. That you just plug it in and it's got a little SD card in it, and you can put all your hard drives on it. I don't remember how big this SD card is. They get huge. This one's
It's
only
called a floppy emu.
Yeah, this one's only a 32 gigabyte one, but I mean 32 gigabytes insane for the old Macs, you know. So you can get everything on there.
And who made that?
Excuse me.
Who made that?
It's called floppy emu, and it's got the whole operating system on there. I just
wow.
put it on there, so I mean it boots right off of it.
Floppy email. I'll have to write that down. Thank you.
Yeah.
Type it.
You can probably still buy them. I think I bought it about maybe 2 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I need one. I got a bunch of those compact Macs, which I probably should pass on, but
Nah, they're fun. Well, I mean, it's up to you what you want to do with them, but I figure when I die, that's their problem. Whoever's left can.
I got so many of those other things. So like,
I care.
Some people feel sorry for other people when you die. I'm like, I feel sorry for myself when I die. They can split up all my stuff.
Oh,
Think of all the fun they'll have.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
speaking of,
Go ahead.
okay, I was gonna say, speaking of these, since this is talking about old computers on a typewriter show, has anybody seen what Olympia did? They made their computer and typewriter as one piece. Well, not one piece, but they were intrinsically connected. You needed the typewriter because that was the keyboard.
Oh, interesting.
What's the monitor?
Hold on a second. Can I share my screen?
You should be
Yeah.
able
So
to.
I'm on a phone.
see it.
So I'm on a there we go. Screen. This is on a cell phone, so this will be difficult.
You can do it. We believe in you.
We believe in
Yeah.
you.
Come on. Okay,
if it
yeah,
was me, I
that's
wouldn't have a clue.
good. That should
Yeah,
come
I
on.
can see it. Beautiful, Royal. Oh,
I'm trying to.
cool.
That's the
I
screen.
will figure this out.
Well, we can see the Royal, but is that not what you're trying? That's your avatar,
Trying
right?
to share his screen.
I think.
It's a cool
I'm trying
royal.
to screen share. Hold on, maybe I can.
The number 5 Royal.
Well, while he's figuring that out,
Yeah.
can you guys hear me? Because sometimes
Yeah.
you go robot on me. My bandwidth, my internet is sketchy sometimes.
Your audio is a little choppy, but we can hear you.
Yeah. Well, as long as I can hear you and see you, that's all that matters.
We just thought that was
Aw.
your way your voice was.
I know.
Normally. That sounds like something Sean would say.
That sounds, yeah.
I
It's
am a
not us that are the
typewriter
robots made
robot.
too.
I am here to accumulate
there it
all
is.
the typewriters.
There we
There's
go.
Peter's screen.
Sunbeam.
Cool.
Sunbeam motorcycles,
Wow.
Nice.
of which I have one.
Another
Oh, wow.
motorcycle.
Yeah, I can do
Yeah.
I can do
Well, that's
screen
kind of
share
cool. We
too.
can see your whole phone
See.
screen. That you
See.
need to be careful about that.
Yep.
I'm doing screen sharing right now. It's so easy.
There it is.
Get a load of that.
Wow.
Always a step ahead of us, Larry.
Oh, wow. It's a floppy disk drive. I see that. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
It was a CPM machine, but and I
Wow.
found a couple of them and the associated typewriters on eBay, although I've never seen them come up in the same lot. Is that for these machines you needed? I think it's the Olympia Compact 2 daisy wheel machine. Had a port in the back, and you could, and that was the keyboard.
Sync them
Wow.
together. Yeah, cool.
They did
That's
not have.
interesting because they've got a parallel port, like a Centronics parallel port.
And a 5 1/4.
Connection between computers and typewriters, right? Because the typewriter really did, set up the whole premise for the computer, putting words on.
And I think when you were doing that, you could then turn around and use the typewriter's actual daisy wheel mechanism as the printer.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
That's a bidirectional
Wow.
port, so you could send data out and in on the
Into
same port.
typewriter. Sweet. As if we didn't already have enough on our plate. Now we need bullshit.
One of these days, I'll find one of those Olympias that isn't $500.
Yeah.
All right.
Excellent.
Cool. Thanks for
Hey,
sharing.
Brenda,
That's
is
neat.
Yep.
Is
I
that?
thought
Well, I was going to ask Brenda if that's a Triumph typewriter.
It is, yes. She showed
Like
it
a
earlier.
Du jour or something. Which one is
Is that a new typewriter? Your new typewriter?
Yeah, it's my new typewriter. It's a Gabrielle, but it also says de jour on it.
Yeah.
Awesome. I guess I missed out. You must have showed it off in the beginning.
I showed it at the beginning, and
okay.
may
I'll
I
have to go back and watch.
I went to the thrift store. I watched you guys last week, but after the fact, and I did see an Olympia. I think it was an SM9 at my thrift store for $75, and I went back to get it, and it was gone.
Ouch.
So
So
sorry.
you got this one instead?
Oh, I mean, I already have an Olympia
Oh,
7, but I was
is
looking
that-
for May.
Is that quartz?
It's just QWERTY.
QWERTY, really? Wow.
Yeah, all the de jours are QWERTY because they're a North American brand.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Here's my piece that I got somewhat glued a piece of aluminum soda can on.
Oh, you're making a repair.
I broke, yeah, that's what I broke. So
Wow.
I'm gonna glue
That's
this.
adventurous.
This is the part that I put on there. Because I don't know what else to do. It's not like I can go get one at the store.
I never would have
Right.
thought of that.
I kind of
Yeah.
did that with one of those ribbon springs, the flat metal things that keep the ribbon from spinning backwards. I broke
Did
one of
ya?
those
Yeah.
once. And I did the same
Yeah.
sort of technique you're doing, just glued a piece of metal to connect
Right.
the two together with.
So now it's gonna be really hard
and it
to get
worked.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should work.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully I can get it lined up to the right.
It's a flat metal piece. You could probably figure out, I don't know, how to cut.
Or
You'd
solder
have
it
to
on?
get like a laser.
Oh, I'm just
I don't
using
know.
the E6000 to glue that piece on.
Yeah.
So
that's
it's ready to
awesome, yeah.
go. So I just need to
Space
put
age
glue
glue,
on,
right? Yeah.
on there and put it
Yeah,
on.
that's,
So
that's what I did, and it fixed one of my typewriters too. I don't know how long it lasts, but once it breaks, I know what's wrong with it, right?
yeah, right.
I guess I'll just have to leave a note for the next person, 30 years from now. Hey, when the ribbon stops spinning, this is what's wrong.
JB Weld
Yeah.
would work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's interesting. I like the colors of that machine.
So how did you break? Was it broken or did you?
Oh, I
break
did it. I broke it trying to
fix
bend
it. You
that.
broke it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've done that before too, trying to fix
Yep.
them, and you bent it
So
too hard, too
stupid.
fast, and yeah.
Right.
But
It's
that's
got
a
a
real
cool
pretty
style.
typewriter.
I like it. I thought so too. I like the curves and everything.
Mhm. Yeah, it's kind of like the Hermes, the bulbous, curvy. Yeah, I finally got a Hermes, Brenda.
Congratulations. I saw that.
my first.
Sorry,
my first
sorry, we
Hermes.
didn't get to trade.
Yeah, I'm still high on Hermes right now. Whew. This is an awesome typewriter. And I heard Susan earlier saying she has 3. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
May is now part of the cult of Hermes.
I'm
The cult of
part of the
Hermes.
cult of
One
Hermes.
of us. One
The
of
cult,
us.
H. That's our gang symbol. H for Hermes.
Sorry, I don't have that.
I don't know if that's backwards.
I'm a
But
non-H.
yeah, I've been enjoying it. I'm a bigger fan of electric typewriters, but some manual typewriters are definitely worth typing on, and the Hermes is certainly one of them.
Yeah.
I knew I found a good home. I'm so glad.
Yes, you did. This will be well cared for,
Yep.
dusted regularly. And I have not taken it apart to clean or look inside because it worked fine right out of the box. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So when something does go wrong, then I will open it up and figure it out. But until then, I'm just going to use it. And did you go over it and clean it before you sent it, or did
No,
you get
I
it
didn't.
like this?
No, I put the box aside and I'm like, I gotta mail that. And so then that's all I thought about is, mailing it. But because I sent you a video of the one that I have here to show you
Mhm.
about the margin.
To see the margin, how they
Yeah.
work. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
they
need
walk up
it. I
on-
might not ever mess with it, but someday in the future, that's always a thing I can do to put the red margin markers back in there.
Now I took
So-
I took the back apart when I got it because I found out about that red ribbon thing, and I'm like,
Mhm.
wow, that's
So it's
pretty
completely
wild. I never saw
gone.
anything like that.
They weren't
Yeah.
even in there. Huh?
Ribbon's not in it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I
So
guess with that
somebody
kit,
broke
wouldn't
it,
be
took
that
it
hard,
out.
probably.
So you'll
Yeah.
also need the really thin, long spring
I think
that
that's
runs in the paper bale where the scale is. That spring is what pulls the 2 red ribbons, the ends of it together.
There are some people out in the typewriter world that are selling that part, and so
Are they?
I will
Good.
reach out. I think
Yeah,
Type
my early style Hermes 3000 is missing the ribbon also and the spring.
Mhm. Yeah. But
There's
I
some
know how it
parts of
works.
that in the back.
I haven't pushed the wrong buttons yet on the side to mess up the margin. So I'm very careful with it, more careful than I am with other typewriters. It just types like it's like made for human touch, right? It just
Yeah.
responds. So
Even if you
nicely.
push those, they wouldn't go, they wouldn't move, would they? They wouldn't move because there's nothing to pull
the
them.
margin.
No, yeah, they still work.
They still work.
Margin still works.
Yeah, the
it just-
margin still works. It's just the indicator thing that's in the paper
Yeah.
bale. There's like a
Oh.
red ribbon that runs in this
Yeah,
paper
yeah.
bale. And that
Okay.
thing is completely gone. It's not like it's broken, it's just gone. Like Larry said, it wasn't even in there when he got
Yeah,
the
you just
typewriter.
can't visibly see where the margin is. That's all.
Right, but you can feel it. Like
Yeah,
when I hit
exactly.
return, I know
No,
where the
it
margin
works.
is.
The margins
Hello,
work.
right?
You just can't see.
And then
from
there's
where
the
it is.
bell,
But I mean,
ding,
you look where
ding.
your type slug hits, whatever that V is called, that's where your margin, when you put the carriage over, you're like, that's where my margin
Yeah.
is.
Exactly.
Well, it's like all other typewriters, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like any
This
other
one
thing.
just had a little special feature that was
Yeah.
probably too delicate to last throughout the years,
Yeah.
and it wore out. But someday
Sounds like a craft project.
marry the red margins with the Hermes once again here soon.
Cool. All right. I'm gonna get going. So
All right. Well, thank you so much, Peter.
yep, I know I hadn't been around in a while. Hadn't really been doing much typing very much in the
Yeah,
last few months, to
we
be
all go
completely
through
honest. I
phases.
went almost completely back to fountain pens. I've written a lot with fountain pens, but anyway, figured I'd make an appearance. Anyway,
We
I'll
appreciate it.
talk to you guys later.
Always
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Good to talk to you, Peter.
Thanks, Peter.
Bye.
Talk typewriter
Hey.
talk is always good. Whenever we
Yeah.
can. I can't be here every week either. I've got
Oh.
stuff going on. So I'd like to. I try to incorporate my normal life with typewriter talk, but sometimes it's better not to be online and just listen, right?
I think Anthony has been a little quiet. How are you, Anthony?
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello in Ireland. Yes.
What a wonderful eclectic gathering of folks.
I know, huh?
You know, if I can get that accent down and fix my hair, I can pass this to you. I need to
You
try
can
to
be like
do that.
stunt doubles, right?
That's right.
Of each other. You can be your military stunt double.
My
I've never
doppelganger.
jumped out of a helicopter, and I've never been on the front page of the New York Times.
Well, you know, maybe I can get you on there. You know, I'll just dress up like you and use your name.
I'm a bit worried about what Ted Monk is doing.
I know, huh?
He's got tools. Yeah.
Joe was threatening me with his pointers thing. So
Yeah. They're gonna have a duel.
I had to defend myself.
Well, Anthony, I'm at least 1/8 Irish. I know that for a fact. So I have McAfee in my family from Ireland. So, and I like potatoes and yeah. Yeah, I'm 1/8. I'm your typical American, the melting pot of different cultures, and 1/8 of that is Irish. So welcome.
And my wife's maiden name is MacArthur.
Ah,
I think she's got some Irish and some Scottish in her.
okay.
Here's a good one for you. Do you know that Scotland is named after an Irish tribe?
I believe it. Yeah.
I am 100% deadly serious.
I think that the people in Scotland would tell you the same thing about Ireland.
Yeah, but you're a historian, so you know.
Yeah.
The Scotty, and they were based in what is now Northern Ireland, in Ulster, and they expanded their territory into Scotland. And there is a chronicle of the history of Ireland that is called Chroniclum Scotorum, I think, which literally means the Chronicle of Ireland. So that name actually transferred to Scotland, but is based on an Irish tribe long, long before the Anglo-Normans and the English came to Ireland. Irish kings were making raids into Britain, and in fact, there were Irish kings in Northumberland. So it kind of works both ways, you know. But Scotland is 100%. Its name derives from an Irish tribe, and actually, at one time, that was one of the names for Ireland was Scotty or Scotta, and Scotland is named from that Irish tribe.
I'm sure that's been conveniently forgotten in Scotland.
Actually, of all of the what we might call the Celtic nations, Ireland and Scotland have the greatest affinity. The language here, the tradition, the old language here is Gaeilge, Irish, and Scottish Gaelic and Irish Gaeilge are quite similar, such that somebody conversant in Irish could probably hold a decent conversation with somebody who's knowledgeable in Scottish Gaelic.
The beer.
The same does not apply for Welsh, which is an entirely different language.
I was going to say the Scottish and the Irish could talk and laugh about the Welsh guy because he's always weird.
And wouldn't understand.
And wouldn't understand.
But for all we know there, Anthony, that could have been your picture in Larry's hand, because we only saw the background, the backside.
Yep.
Can I just say, I don't have Larry's talent.
Get out of here.
Songwriting.
I looked at your website. I see what you do. You're amazing. You're an amazing writer.
Yeah, you know what I think? I think everyone in here is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Isn't it cool?
It is cool. I mean, we all are amazing at different things, you know, and some of the same things, but I think every single one of you is amazing.
Oh,
You're here.
That's why we do.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You're amazing.
And Ted is great at showing us random objects that he has around
Especially
him.
amazing, right?
That's what's amazing about Ted.
Your typewriter database.
What? Bulldog.
In case you want to know what to get the man who has everything in 1956. Right
You
here.
don't probably have this pen, do you?
Oh, okay.
What is it?
What is the
It's a
manual?
stamp. It's a stamp that says
It's a
received.
leopard
Shot
skin
glass?
covered shot glass and
Oh my
beer
God.
can opener. Ah!
Leopard skin covered chocolate.
Oh.
You need this, Ted, for your correspondences so you can stamp them.
I have got one.
Do you have one like that?
Yeah, received right there.
Awesome.
It's like a dial one.
Yeah,
Just
nice.
different messages.
Hey, Ted.
Yeah.
According to Hogan's Heroes, the man who has everything needs an ammo dump.
Ammo dump?
It's in one of the episodes where the guys are trying to decide what to get Hogan for his birthday, and it's a trap by the Germans, but for the man who has everything, an ammo dump.
By the way, Diane, I was sorry to hear that the actor from Hogan's Heroes died.
Yes, he did. Robert Clary. He played the character LeBeau.
Oh, we're getting echo from Brenda, I believe.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was an interesting fellow, I'm sure.
Yeah. I read that when I was at work, and I thought of you instantly. So
Actually, Ken Mankey, he sent me a text telling me that because I had to read it at that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Diane, I bet you knew this, but LeBeau was General LeBeau actually, but he didn't come out as a general in the show because they were hiding that fact. Did you remember that?
What? Say that again.
I just thought of that just now. I saw where he died the other day, but I remember at one point they came out in the show, one of the shows. I used to watch every one of those shows. I've watched them over and over again. He was actually a general. It was General LeBeau, but he was what was he in the show? I mean, what I'm saying
he was
is,
a corporal, but it was.
But he was actually a general, and they had him undercover. That's what I remember.
Well, that was about what the statement was, but no, he was a corporal, but he was saying he was a general disguised as a corporal. So, well, I guess I remember that wrong. The episode you must have seen it over and analyzed it or something, because I always took that meant he was really a general. No, he was not a general. I forget what they were. I can pretty much hear it in my head, but I can't. I need to widen the lens, and I can't do that right this second.
I can't either.
Because yes,
I always thought that, man.
Yeah, no, I have seen those episodes an awful lot. It's like I have multiple copies of the DVD set. I figure, well, if one breaks, then I got another one. I still have the VHS ones versions. Let me get you something I showed last night.
He was 96 when he died.
Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible.
When I was stationed in Brooklyn, I went home to Rockaway to my apartment. I worked on nights, and I'd pick up a pizza and a 6-pack of beer and sit there and eat the pizza by myself and drink the beer watching Hogan's Heroes till I fell asleep.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, let me zoom in on you, Diane.
Long time ago.
Oh, cool.
This is a dye sublimation print that was sent out to one of the TV stations. This was an actual TV guide cover from 1957 or 67, I mean, sorry. And I got this off of eBay a long time ago, and I actually got the TV guide, but I can't lay my hands on it just a second. But yeah, I have the TV guide for it as well.
Wow, that's cool.
That's very nice. I love that.
Yeah, he was the last of the main cast that was alive.
Oh.
So
I love
it. Moving on, huh?
Great.
What?
I love
moving on.
guys.
The times are changing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who is your favorite character?
My favorite character was Colonel Hogan.
Well, yeah, he he almost had to be, but Carter, I like Carter the best, but Hogan I really like too. I mean, because Hogan is a star,
Let me go get this too.
He was the straight man.
Yeah. I think Carter was I just liked his personality. He just was always, I don't know, he's just a very lighthearted person.
Yeah.
Interesting characters.
I think I've only seen maybe 1 or 2 episodes of it. I've been meaning to watch more to see what the fuss is about, why Diane likes it so much.
Well, I've went back to a lot of old shows to look at, and it's like, I don't, it's hard to, some of them I can really get into and love it. And some of them I just like, wow, I'm different now, I guess.
Yeah.
So this is me with the fellow who played Sergeant Carter on Hogan's Heroes, Larry Hovis.
Oh,
Wow.
that is
Holy
cool.
cow.
Yeah, there was a group of 6 of us that met him back in
Wow.
2001.
Wow.
Outside the Green Mesquite in Austin, Texas. It was a restaurant his brother Tom owned.
That is so cool.
For 2 hours, the world could have ended and the 6 of us would not have cared.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I used to work with a guy who was a fan of Lost in Space. He was like the way Diane is with Hogan's Heroes.
Yeah.
And he would go to this Lost in Space convention. And it would, I think one time he told me, the guy that played Dr. Zachary Smith, right? What's his name? Jonathan Harris, I think. He was the guest star, and he would show up at the dinner late, of course, and he would always say, "Never fear, Smith is here," right? If you ever watched that program, he always said that.
Oh, my back. Oh, my back.
Yeah, oh my back.
No,
the pain, the pain.
Oh, the pain. Oh, the pain.
These old TV shows from the 60s and 70s had a huge influence on our generation, I think.
Oh, yeah. It's why we're afraid our country's going to fall apart, probably.
Oh, no, they were the first
Because of
TV shows ever.
Yeah,
Right? 50s
right.
and 60s were the
Yeah,
first. And
they were.
we watched them. So we
Yeah.
were part of the first.
My dad, when he got older, he was watching a lot of Gunsmoke and other shows from the
Bonanza.
era. And my brother and I kind of made fun of him, sort of, because he was watching these old shows and he's just like on rewind with them. So why is he doing that? But I think I figured it out. It's
Well, that's all there was.
It's
There were
for them
others.
then, but I mean, we're not
There's
talking
no
about them
Netflix
anymore.
or Hulu.
I think it's like a comfort food. I mean, you grew up with this kind of thing and you kind of see it again. And it's like, I don't know if it would be like Gregory, you said you hadn't seen the Hogan's Heroes. And Larry was talking about watching it all the time. So for Larry to go back to it, it's like listening to an old song, whereas that may not be the same for Gregory, who hadn't seen the Hogan's Heroes before.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm thinking that, that's what a lot of these old shows are to us, are things that are just kind of ingrained in our heads somehow.
I think it helped kids with creativity. Even though I know doing things on your own help you with creativity, but it's amazing the creativity that was in a lot of those shows, and a lot of people that didn't see those might not even get our humor, our sense of humor, just like you don't get other people's, other countries' sense of humor because you grew up differently.
Generational humor.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to show my daughters the Three Stooges when they were younger, about 20 years
They had no
ago.
idea.
And even I thought it was stupid then. I mean,
I Love Lucy.
You still love it.
I love Lucy's my favorite.
Yeah,
Lucy,
these old shows that we grew up with, like the younger generation has no clue.
And
But they did
so many
some of
Lucy
the
shows.
the
and I love
Y2K shows, like Friends. Like the younger generation is really into Friends and some of these doctor hospital shows, like Grey's Anatomy and things like that. Like the
Never
younger
seen
generation
Friends.
likes the Y2K shows, but yeah, some of the stuff in the 50s, 60s, no, they have no idea.
They've got their own comfort food now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool,
I've
though.
heard
got
it
our
said that that your favorite music will always be the music that was on the radio when you were in your teens and early 20s.
Yeah, that's why I like
Yeah.
pop rock.
Same
80s.
concept. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, going back to Brenda's typewriter there, I don't know if there's any coincidence or a design feature that the lid on the little Marx writer has the same drop in it.
Oh,
Oh,
a
okay.
nice typewriter. Cool.
So
Yeah.
that a kid, that's a kid's typewriter.
Yep. Just a little one, three back
nice.
with a single
I
shift on
haven't
it.
seen one that looked like that, but I remember the Marx writer. Seeing, I think I saw a red one in the store once.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't the Communist Manifesto written on a Marx writer?
Well,
Oh, that was
they were
Groucho.
pretty poor for a
Oh.
while. So after World War II, they were pretty poor. They may have.
Yeah, listen to
It
it.
was typed on linen.
Pre-typewriter, actually.
Oh, yeah, good one, Larry. Good one.
Well, I want to be sure and hear from Sam about the type space type in.
Oh yeah. I saw those pictures on Facebook. Yeah. Tell us.
Hey. Yeah, I
Hey.
was actually just chatting with Susan a little bit because I came on too late to find out how hers went. We're just sharing photos, you know. Monday night, the shop was trashed. Tony was running around. There were peanuts everywhere. He's trying to get 3 things shipped and big boxes, and we're like trying to do something. He's like, move over there, move over here, move that, don't touch that. And I'm like, okay, what can we do? So Julie and I sat down and said, all right, well, what do we need? I'm still without car 2.5 weeks later. So it's harder for me to go and buy groceries and get them there. So she took on that responsibility. And then I said, all right, let's just go. Let's walk in the door. And just things like, I'll do all the printing. I'll do private event because he's closed on Tuesdays. So I made private event signs. I made a questionnaire, like, how did you enjoy it? What do you suggest? Did you have fun? Do you want to be on our email list? And just got everything, amazingly, everything got cleaned up. Everybody showed up except one person who I wanted to show up. Hold on a second, figures.
Right.
I'm not going to answer it. It can just, so, and another young lady, I thought she was much younger, but she's actually 33. I met her. She came to work with typewriters for the very first time, and she brought her boyfriend, shaved head with tattoos. His name was Echo. And he just came because he likes to do what she does. And Tony set her up. I said, Tony, can you help set her up with a good typewriter? And she got on a Hermes and did not like it, but he got her set up and showed her everything how to do, and her boyfriend as well. And she's actually going to be here in a couple hours. I'm going to lend her one of my typewriters, and it'll be the first time to help extend the family and do something. I've got enough here. I can lend her one because she's also a poet, and I'm trying to get her to be like, hey, I have an event, grab a typewriter and start doing poetry for people on the spot. So she's going to come over for a little bit. And it was just kind of amazing. Just the right amount of people came. And I hosted it like a party in my own place, maybe. And I said, hey, everybody, so let's introduce ourselves. Do you have a typewriter? Do you not have a typewriter? What do you do with it? So we kind of did that sort of thing. And I just let people chat. We played a gibberish game where I had printed out this gibberish word, and on the back was the actual meaning. Handed one out to everybody and said, you got 5 minutes, make a sentence to, and then we each went around and they each went around and said, they made a sentence with the gibberish word, and people tried to guess what it was that they actually were saying. And then back to more typing, and had an unexpected guest. And he did a poem or a song that he had done at a festival. And I thought I posted the video of it, but I've been on the run. So all in all, it was a lot of fun and very successful. And there was another guy who was supposed to help, but he couldn't because I'm sorry, I said another woman, a she who meant to help, and she wasn't able to make it. So, the bulk of it, I couldn't have done it without Julia. And he wants to start doing it a little more often. Again, people can go in there at any time and write your mother, as he says. And with Susan's idea, I've started looking to see if I can find somebody who'd like to come in and he wants to do it where it starts like an hour before he closes. So he doesn't need to come on a special day. And I'm trying to find somebody who'd be willing to come in and, do calligraphy on, some letters to inspire
With
people.
fountain pens and stuff. Cool.
Yeah. So, fountain pens. See, that's something I don't know anything about. And we don't have, so I guess they would be the ones, and of course a volunteer thing.
Well, they marry together well, fountain pens and typewriters, old fashioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're just going to keep trying at it. And my roommate goes, so how much did you get paid for this? I'm like, it was volunteer. But he keeps like every 3 months, he does another promotion. It goes on radio, it goes on TV. It's close to me. I'm trying to link with him for my own business purposes, even though he goes, is this going to turn out to be an advertisement for Inspired Type? And I said, no, not at all. This is your event. I'm working, I'm doing this for you, but it's a good place to be connected with.
Yeah.
So
that's one of the best typewriter places in the world, right? Type space. Yeah.
It's different. It's different. The other big news is actually yesterday. So I don't know how cold it was. It's still sunny, but the gusty wind has been like between 5 and 50 in Portland for about 4 days. Lots of down power lines, trees and stuff like that. I am required, now that I switched around at the Portland Saturday Market, I gave up my permanent spot and I'm on fill-in, and it's close to $100 less, but I'm required to go once a month or I get fined. So I thought, well, it's windy, but it's not raining. I might as well get my once a month out. And I had to go on to the Buy Nothing group, and go, all right, I need a gift of time. I need to get everything down to the market. And this really nice guy showed up at 8. We loaded stuff in his truck and everything. And he got me down there and he's like, yeah, anytime you want, and it turns out he's single and wants to do stuff. So who knows? And I got set up in the cold. I didn't know, it cost me $80. It cost everybody $80 to set up. And we've been discussing this on the Bus Typers in the Wild page for those of us who do this. And it's a pretty hefty fee. And I'm like, all right, well, here I am. I don't expect that I'm going to make a penny. Usually I'm on the street and I say, it's what you can afford. And again, people will throw money in there. Some people will give, $20. Some people say, all I have is this psychedelic mushroom or a joint. They put it in, but it's, it's out there on the street. Now I have to actually ask for a price. I said, suggested donation. So according to what we've been discussing, some people have said, I would think, you're at a market, people are down there to buy. I would think that people would have no trouble paying $20 for a personal poem. And I'll be darned. People would come up and they'd say, oh, okay, so there's the typewriter. Is that a typewriter? You hear it as they're passing and, trying to talk. Or how old is that? Or I had somebody who was like 97. She learned on the Corona, the old 1928. She learned on that. So it's interesting from that aspect. So how much is it? And I said, well, suggested donation is $20 and you get it on one of these cool colors of deckled paper. And you get to choose your, cool envelope and everything that I've made and everything. And they're like, okay. Oh, here. This was just in here. I make the envelopes out of paper. This is when I strip my papers, they should fit exactly in there. Another one. one, you know. Some of them actually, these don't have it because I couldn't, but they say, I do a stamp on the inside says handmade with love. Everything else is still downstairs. I haven't brought it up here yet. And they're like, okay, do you take Venmo? Do you take cash? I was just like, so I thought well, at this point, you know, if I can get out of this full freezing day with my heated vest and a borrowed heating pad. And there's a picture, I've got my you know, like for bike riding, a whole thing on there and my silly hat. And I'm just freezing. I made my fees and I made $100 profit.
Wow, very
I was
good.
happy if I could do that. I also get a point, which is, I'm not going to get into it. However, my fingertips are, I've been frostbitten several times actually. So I don't handle, I like 90-degree days, not this. From the key tops being metal and everything, you know, my fingertips touching paper, they're dry. They're just like wanting to peel. And when I finally got home, like, I was like, I got to get in the shower, frozen solid regardless. And I got a ride home as well. And all in all, it was a good experience. I am required to do one day in December as well. And then we closed down for a couple months. So yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah.
And just trying to get a lot of stuff done.
Real life typewriter, street poet. That's awesome. Yeah.
People, the you know, the reactions and the you know, they tell me stories. Here I am, a total stranger, and people are like telling stories. One of them was their 34th anniversary. And then they walk away, and, you know, I keep getting other people. I'm like, okay, you're like 5th on the list. It'll be about an hour. Give me your phone number. I'll call you when I'm getting close to being done. And they're like, yeah, we're going to go get food. I mean, they're at a huge market. And so I didn't have a lot of time to write, and I didn't have a lot of time to pick her brain. So I'm like, all right, her 34th year anniversary. What music was popular 34 years ago? And so I made a story up about they were somewhere, and he saw her dancing and thought, who's that girl? The Eurythmics song. And he asked her a question, and she says, girls just want to have fun, and stuff like that. And just pulled it together and got a little bit about their kids in there, because they have 3 children. They're very tenacious, good family, ups and downs kind of thing, and pulled it together. And I already got a comment on my Inspired Type page, a thank you for my 30. We spent our 34th anniversary getting a poem from Sam Bones, da 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 da. So, you know, it's building a business, and it's a lot of work, and it doesn't stop. And every day feels like, you know, you can't get from point A to B straight for anything. You have to get to point A and go, all right, well, how do I get to point B? Because all these other things won't work. So, you know, how many people do I need to call up and say, hey, I really need your help. I need a ride, because I can't possibly get on the bus with this huge load. They won't let me on, and I can't afford to take an Uber because I'm already paying $80 to be there and another $40 to get and come back. It doesn't make any sense. So you just just make it work.
Sam, it's a new thing. It's a new path that you're carving, Sam, with the typewriter artistry, poetry thing. And so you are, you know, part of the pioneer of the revival of typewriters into this new thing.
Yep. You're a huge support.
Yeah.
Yeah, Larry.
I got a kind of an idea that you might want to do maybe on Facebook. I've seen entertainers. They like, if you like watching certain videos on Facebook a lot, certain entertainers will put special content up there, but only if you subscribe, and you pay them like $5 a month or something. And if you put like poetry up there that was special content for just people who subscribe, I mean, I'd give you $5 a month, and maybe other people would give you, and all you need is a lot of people to make it a significant amount. You know,
I'll have
that's
to look into that. I don't know
but
anything
five
about that.
$5 is worth it though. I mean, you
Oh
know,
gosh, yeah,
you
absolutely.
know,
It's a cup of coffee. Well, it's
yeah,
a half pound of coffee because I don't go
yeah.
out for
So
coffee very often.
and if you get your, you know, put some of them out there and you can subscribe and then you get special content, you know, that's, I mean, I think that's a pretty great idea. It seems to be a pretty new idea, but I'm intrigued by it. I mean, I'm not that I'm going to do that, but I thought you'd probably be perfect for that.
I'll check it out. I will see. I made, well, I was like yesterday manically trying to make copies of things, calling up copy shops to see how much it would cost to get a foam backed thing of my magazine thing that they did and all that. And I took some of my poems and put them on a backing and tried to make them interesting so that I'm making a little book so they can like say, well, do you have any examples? And I said, oh yeah, look in there. And they can see a couple poems. But really what I want to do is make a little book to sell. And what did somebody say? No, it doesn't make any difference if I publish it, but I'm getting there. I lost a whole bunch of photos of the poems that I did when my phone got stolen the first time. Now the second time, I'm having a hard time finding some stuff and it may be lost for good. But I still have, you know, I have the copies. I got my bag of typed poems here. And, you know, I gave them a couple examples of like, I do commissions. If you want to send a poem to Maryland, we get online and I do it for you. You can choose from script, pica, whatever, you know, I show them pictures because they don't know what I'm talking about. And then I back it and $25, you get a fancy envelope, you get your poem and a stamp, and I'll even mail it right for you. Because I guess I'm a salesman at heart. My dad was a salesperson. And it's really, you know, when it comes down to it, it's manipulation.
Yeah.
Man, but I'm not
psychology,
taking
right?
anything from somebody. I'm giving them something worth it.
As long as you're honest about what you sell, there's nothing wrong about using psychology and manipulation to do it. You just have to convince people that your stuff is as awesome as it is. You know, that's the thing.
Which, by the way, I have a song that I put aside for either you or Larry,
both of us,
or myself, or both, or even me, because it's pretty simple. And I have to find where I put it. My friend, they in Key West, he has a ukulele group, and they were doing a song as a dedication to somebody who had passed. And it's somewhere on my computer. I quickly clicked it, but there's definitely a 3-syllable word in there where typewriter would fit. And they gave the chords too. So I haven't had a moment to do it. And if I don't have any time, I was going to definitely send it to you guys, and maybe, you know, one of us, so we can work on making words together and then play it together,
right?
for you know, for a Christmas thing, or maybe if we don't get it that far, if we do another virtual Herman's in February, you know, some kind of presentation just for fun.
That'd be cool. Do you do PayPal?
Sorry?
Do you do PayPal?
I do.
Well, you know, I'll ask you for a poem for $25. I'll send you PayPal.
Okay, that goes towards my car, which is going to cost me about $2,500.
Yeah, put it in the chat so we can.
1,000% of what my car is going to end up costing me, and I don't know when I'm going to get it back either. But I sure need her.
Your address, you're in typepals.com in the
right? Oh, my PayPal.
So we can send you a letter with stuff in it, right? For
oh, absolutely. Like I said, I'm still trying to get I've got a whole list of people to write to.
I'm thinking about sending you stuff that maybe you could sell, you know, like
typewriters. Stuff that I could sell?
Yeah.
Like
typewriters.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Got way too many typewriters. And you know, the thing is, people have given me free typewriters. I want to do the same. You know, to family, yes, I've given a few family members free typewriters, but
and that's also just my
and then you can have more typewriters out and about, you know, with your thing, And then, but yeah, put your PayPal, your address.
I think that's probably just it.
Is it it's your email is your PayPal?
I believe so, yeah.
So it's probably on PayPal's.
I'm thinking about sending you this thing. Like I've had it for years, and I used it to make a bunch of paper. You know, it's probably like 20 years old now.
Oh yeah.
But it's a deckled, like the paper you're showing for your street poetry. This is how they make it. It's like got a whole.
Oh, cool.
And it's been, you know, my craft closet for years. You know, I have leftover paper, but I think you might like it if you're interested.
I had a
Like
boyfriend.
it's got the screens and like
wow.
It's a whole bunch of stuff. The whole kit. There's even flower petals you can sprinkle into your handmade paper.
Oh no, I like to put glitter in my paper.
But you were showing some deckled paper that you do your street poetry with, and this is kind of how some of the equipment they used to make it.
Cool.
My last boyfriend in Mexico, I had gone to visit, and we had actually met the year before, and then we ended up in I went back, and then we re-met, and it became something bigger. He makes rustic journals, and he makes the paper, and he had explained it, how they mix it and make it, and then they put it on the frame. And
whole kit make paper. And you just have to get the paper, right? It doesn't come with paper. You got to get like scrap paper, but you can use anything, cardboard boxes even.
Oh, wow.
Well, you need like a blender or a mashing tool. That's the only other thing you need.
Oh, like my arm?
Yeah, you just need a potato masher. Seriously, it takes longer if you don't have a blender, but it's the same thing. So if you're interested, I know you do your street poetry with that handmade deckled paper. And that's so cool.
That would be cool. That would be cool. As we're well, you know, you guys have been so supportive, and I was just neatening up my room here because
we are connected because of typewriters, right?
Yeah. I've got one or two I think I'm going to give away or sell for, like, you know, trying to at least get the money I made back. I just don't have time to fix them, and I need all my typewriters to work.
Yes.
But I have a couple extras like this one, and I can't remember what it is, shamefully. It's been modified. I know I've shown this one before. Does anybody recognize this in specific?
Olympia of some sort.
It's a Remington Monarch.
Yes, thank you.
It's been repainted, right?
Made in Holland, I believe.
Cool.
Yeah, I had just forgotten. And the guy did all this copper work on it. Yeah, I don't know if you could see that.
Yeah.
And it works beautifully. I put a new ribbon in it. It was relatively clean. I think he sold it to me for $35. And I'm going to lend this one to her because it works. And in the end, you know, if she wanted to buy it, I'd probably sell it to her. But I'm also trying to kind of keep it because it's a working typewriter. And if I were to do something where I wasn't at Typespace and I wanted to do something personal, this is one that I would put out for someone else. Like, I don't know who is it, Typewriter Troubadour or one of them. They use their typewriter, and back to back, they have a second one so other people can play with it.
Oh, cool.
That would be my best candidate right now, because my other ones I kind of don't want to do, unless I had that one that I blew out and it's jamming, but I found my airbrush gun.
Hey, Sam.
I remember you talking about that a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, cool.
I see that. I know. It's why I'm smiling. Thank you.
Yeah, I said love a poem.
Love a poem. Okay.
I sent you $25.
Yep, it just popped up in my vision here.
Great.
All right.
And so I will have to catch up with you. Do you want a poem about anything special, or do you want to write something in chat, or just what I know of you from here on out?
I look at it as like whatever you feel.
Okay.
You could always look at his Larry. You have a Type Pals profile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Just
you can
read
always
his
look at your
profile.
profile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the PayPal I just sent has my address on it, even my home address and all that.
Perfect. Oh, you'll
Sure.
get something.
Oh,
You'll get something.
cool.
Hoping in this next month, I'll get a chance to catch up with everybody.
Me
I'm
too.
being requested. I've had a couple of people that have said, hey, I'm having this event and would love it if you came with your typewriter.
Ah,
There's no charge to set up, but they're public places. And I've had 2 requests where at this time of the year, I don't get requested for anything. So I'm always like, trying to work in as much as I can. I go back to blackjack dealing in a couple more weeks, but they only pay like $47 a gig. But I cobble it together. I just need to survive till basically about March, April, when the weather warms up. And if I can't do henna, I'll be doing typewriter poetry at the market. And that it's an add-on, which will be, there's the other benefits to it. But I really am enjoying playing with typewriters and learning about stuff and meeting everybody. And
With the typewriter community, if you make a typewriter page where it's poetry, typewriter poetry, and you let them PayPal you and you let them subscribe, you
oh
might
yeah,
turn it into
William, are you
something.
showing me one? That's it. Yeah, he's showing me the a monarch.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Larry. What did you say? What were you saying? A typewriter page?
Oh yeah, if you make a typewriter page for your poetry and you have your PayPal and you say $25 a poem and you do subscribe if they want special stuff every month or something. I mean, it might be something lucrative, you never know.
Yeah. In some of these marketing classes that I was taking recently with the I don't know if I posted it, the artist relief project at artlyworld.com for anybody who says they are an artist in whatever form. You could be a writer, musician, dancer, any of that sort of thing. And one of them is like, what was the one? It was a marketing one about your mission statement, the words to use. They get, like, take 5 minutes and describe what you do. Don't use the word unique, boho, those are cliche. Find your words and stuff. And we were discussing, and they're like, well, Sam, you need to start a blog. And I'm just like, I barely have time to sleep at night. I'm lucky to get 8 hours of sleep. Just, where do I have time? And then they said, well, find yourself a college student who needs some cred. And so that's a great idea. I don't even have a website, and I need to get a website because, a lot of people don't even have social media. And I can't figure out Instagram half the time. I see someone sent me a message and I don't know where to look. And I'm going through and I'm like, so it's a lot of work. I'm not quite ready to
social media stuff is
to
a
it.
whole different avenue.
Yeah, with the
than
website,
what our
get a
generation
keeper
is
of it.
used to. But we have to, in order to stay in business, we have to learn the new social media technology in order to advertise, because a lot of it is mostly free, if you do it right.
It's just that in all these years that I've had a business, and I've been in business for I've been in business for like 30 years. I didn't need a website because what I do is not tangible. We need to be sitting in the same room, to be face painted, to be hennaed. So not having a solid website was fine, because it's a lot of word of mouth. If you're in California, it doesn't do you any good to know that I
just have to be there at those events or festivals. You just have to show up. And but nowadays it's different.
Well, social media was easy to, and word of mouth. We have so many tourists and they're like, oh, we can't come today, but can we make an appointment for tomorrow? So a website, many times I tried, never got it going, but now I have a tangible item, and that makes a difference. I can send it in the mail.
Yeah.
And I'm just, these next months are kind of the time normally that I catch up on stuff like that. So we will see.
How to incorporate the typewriter into the modern world of art and expression. Because there is a new world in how we express ourselves in art with typewriters.
Yeah.
It's a very
I'm
beautiful thing that
seriously
you do, Jen.
curtailing my social activities that cost money because saving $5 here, $10 there at this point
That's true.
keeps me going.
Stay away from Starbucks.
Yeah.
It gives me a stomach ache. The only thing I do at Starbucks is to use their bathroom or ask for, hey, I got this $20 bill. Can I get some change? I'm not a fan of Starbucks as an ex-barista here in Portland when we had so many cute little coffee shops run by people I know, where Starbucks came in, opened up a shop, a block and a half, offered lattes for $1.99, and people just moved away and they went over there and went to that, and they closed down my friend's cool shops. Giant Steps was his name, and because he was a fan of Miles Davis, and it was a jazz place where you'd go in and sit down, get a coffee, and hang out. It was like the type space. You hang out and you talk coffee, you talk jazz, and they shut him down. And then guess what they did after, once he closed down, they raised it up to what, $3.50? But it was too late. The shop was gone. And they've done that all over Portland. They've wiped out so many small shops, but it's back again. People are wanting to take more time and have a really a craft coffee. I don't do Starbucks. I can't get up with that. It's the first thing I do. I go
We have
downstairs
local
and
places
get the hot
around
water
here.
going. And one more thing. I'm gonna run downstairs. Can I show you something really cool that I brought? Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, and were you wanting to show that? No.
Who what?
Were you wanting to show that?
If ever you have one of these Remingtons, never ever mess with the screws and stuff in the back there. It's all set very carefully. If your machine works, don't touch them. When I got this one, everything was completely messed up, and there are two shafts in the back there which slide back and forth and rock back and forth. Let's go slide side to side and rock back and forth.
Alignment,
And that is
calibration.
where everything is timed and calibrated. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get it figured out.
Yeah.
That's cool. How
But
You know what this is?
engineering
You
of
ever seen
typewriters
this?
is amazing.
Oh, it's probably backwards.
Oh.
No, we see it forwards, home and away, coffee making kit. That's cool.
Oh.
So it's a travel coffee making kit. I need one of those.
Oh, nice.
Wow. It's like a French press, basically.
It's a
with cups and-
percolator.
Oh.
Plug it in.
You can plug it into the electric, and it has a lighter plug-in, so you can use it in your car.
Oh, well, yeah.
And so I made coffee at my booth yesterday and shared it with people. It was really good.
Excellent.
So I've had this in my storage for I don't know how long.
Nice.
And it costs like $3.50 to get coffee over there. It's excellent coffee, but I can't stand in line behind 20 people.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, oh, cool. I'm going to make some coffee. It gets really hot and it percolates. It makes me think of my grandma.
Oh.
She always had the percolator going for the
Yeah.
big parties.
My parents did
So,
too on the stove.
Anyway, and I've had a lot of coffee today, but it wasn't percolated. That was pour over in the French press here.
Ah, nice.
So anyway, well, thank you again for
Yeah.
everybody's great words. I've got a friend who's hitting me pretty hard and saying terrible things to me, and I'm like, and so
Not a true friend. No.
well, we have a long history, and she wrote something to me about 4:00 last night, and I thought it was the person, beeping. I don't usually pay attention if I'm in the middle of a poem, and I thought it was the person who was picking me up. I wanted to check, and I'm like, oh, she wrote me, and I looked at it, and I'm like, oh my God, again, and I finally I bitched right back, and I'm like, thank you so much for effing up my day, and now I'm really pissed as I'm trying to make positive poems for people, and you just had to go and ruin it. And I was just, she hit me the wrong way.
Yeah.
And I lashed out, and I'm trying to write this poem for these two lovely ladies from Japan about Hokkaido, which again, I don't know anything about. So I'm like, grabbing the phone and reading, okay, tell me, what do they have in Hokkaido? Oh, sakura and this and that and everything. And Here, can I read it to you? And then I promise I'll be done. It was the last poem I did, I think. Almost the last poem. Yes, here it is. Let me grab a pair of glasses. For Manao and Nene. Pink blossoms trickle and fall to the ground. Sakura like pink snow. My Hokkaido. And I'm reading it and I'm putting my hand on the chest, My Hokkaido of beautiful, untouched nature, hidden wonderland island of volcano and ocean. We share love and connection over fine sushi and toast kampai with our friends. One sister of other islands is my Hokkaido, with strong, swift rivers, peaceful forests sit astride gentle landscape. We bring our language to trade with English in Portland, Oregon, a similar world of high peaks of Mount Hood and its forest deep of tall pines. Maybe we will search for Bigfoot, so we will have a fantastic tale to tell when we get home to Hokkaido.
Great.
I like that.
That's great.
And there's little pieces in there that they gave me. I didn't just invent it. I take what they do, and it's like someone gives you yarn and you weave it into something.
Yeah.
They say, I want pink yarn. I want it to look with this thing. And
Yeah.
you just create it. And
Excellent.
I didn't know if they'd come back, but they did. And they loved it. And then they had me do a stamp on it because I often stamp it. Let's see if I can.
Let me zoom in on you real quick.
Yeah.
There we go.
And there's foxes in Hokkaido too.
Neat.
And so that's kind of an example of the kind of thing.
Nice.
And I'm actually going to have a stamp made of kind of what's my logo, my Corona with my typing hat kind of on the side. And so it'll
Nice.
say poems, and underneath it'll be inspiredtype.com. So going from that.
Excellent.
So.
All right. Well, on that note, I think we're going to end here. But thank you so much, everybody. And it's been
We
a
have to
blast as
say
always.
goodbye.
I think tomorrow's or today actually is the deadline to sign up for the postcard exchange. So if you haven't done that already,
okay.
be sure and
Yeah.
do that. Yeah. But otherwise, we will see you next week.
All right.
Thank you
Happy
again.
typing.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Gregory.
Bye, everybody. See you later.
Bye.
Have a great one.
Thanks, Larry.
Bye.
I send me something. Send me.
I will. Something special.
Excellent.